2, 3, 4. Check, check, check.
Whoa. No? Come on, give me one, give me one.
Okay. All right. Hello. Welcome to the Board of Education meeting of March 12th, 2025. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Natalie, would you please reiterate our executive session motion?
Yes, we met to discuss the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property.
Thank you. Okay, first off, I want to start with the students. I think what's happening this week is a testament to the district's commitment to excellence, however an individual student defines it. This week, we have students from chamber chorus, jazz band, and orchestra headed to Nashville to participate in the Nashville World Strides Heritage Festival. We also have students from the Science Research Program participating in the WestF Science and Engineering Fair. I wish these students success at these activities and hope they have fun. I also want to directly thank Pelham parents and families who have supported funding of this trip for students, as well as families who support the Science Research Program, even volunteering as judges in the competition. These are just two of the many examples of the district needing the support of the Pelham community and its organizations and governments in its efforts to carry out its mission of educating Pelham students. The district cannot do what it does for Pelham students without the support of the community in big and small ways, and I am personally thanking everyone who takes time out of their busy days to make the Pelham schools even better. We have another packed agenda today, or tonight. The board will discuss and vote on a resolution today to allow us to go into contract to purchase 29 Franklin Place. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the district to purchase property adjacent to the high school, and this property will play a role in facilities planning for this Board of Education as well as future boards of education. As you know, the district purchased property adjacent to Colonial School a few years back. That house is being used for the business office, but long-term, the land will be critical as any board thinks to expand the Colonial School to meet the needs of students in the future. Similarly, this property adjacent to the high school will provide a current purpose, but will also be part of a longer-term planning effort to ensure the district has the space it needs. While there are many potential ways to use the space, one worth noting is that it provides the potential opportunity to move out of rental space at Sanborn Map Building. The seller, the Bouchon family, approached the district as a potential buyer, and we thank them for the opportunity. Tonight, we will discuss the SECRA submission, going into contract, and putting this on the May ballot for the community to determine if the district may purchase the house. A reminder that the district cannot buy or sell property without voter approval. Tonight, we will also start our line-by-line review of the 2025-2026 budget. Dr. Champ gave a high-level overview of the budget last week, and what the administrative team put forward is responsive to the board's request of being cognizant that we are weathering budget headwinds, rising expenses, and carefully managing the addition of new staff while maintaining robust programming and putting forward a tax cap compliant budget. The headwinds we are seeing are the ones being experienced across school districts, as some districts have burst the tax cap, and some are planning significant cuts to headcount and programming. Fortunately, this is not the position that Pelham schools are in, and that is due to the work of the district administrators and Dr. Champ to meet the expectation that the board has set for the past 2 years now, and now for this year, to be mindful of adding new headcount and adding new expenses while maintaining the robust programming in the district. In fact, this year's proposed budget sees a reduction in headcount, leveraging retirements as an opportunity to be strategic about staffing without laying anyone off. We will also discuss the bond proposal. The district held a World Cafe last night, the last of our pre-scope engagements, and we have established a bond steering committee. Our goal this evening is to review that feedback and move towards a finalized scope. Being responsive to the community and the current financial climate, I would like the board to consider splitting the work into 2 or 3 proposals to be put on the ballot. ideally 2. My point for this is, while I believe all the projects are priority with respect to student need and keeping our facilities high functioning every day of the school year, we need to be cognizant of what the community has the capacity to consider now and what may require more information. And as a reminder to all, the board has been studying our facilities for over a year. They are a priority in the district's new strategic plan, and any projects we are considering are based on needs identified in the Buildings Condition Survey, 5-year capital plan, and the enrollment study. In terms of enrollment, while the district is projected to increase from 2,800 to 3,000 students, the main factors driving the proposals to expand at the high school are the need for a high school cafe slash meeting place, and for updated science labs. At Siwanoy, ADA compliance is important, but also having learning spaces that sufficiently meet the needs of today's learners. Student need has changed dramatically over the past several years, and the need for small group instruction and intervention support has grown. We should not feel comfortable with a building that does not have the accessibility required by law, or that students are learning in a converted closet, or that 30 staff members are sharing a bathroom. We are in communication, finally, we are in communication with the manor, with respect to this, and that's with respect to the project at Siwanoy, and that's not going to change as we continue to move forward with this plan. So, lastly, on the agenda this evening, I think we'll get to the 13 first policy readings that we needed to table last meeting. Okay, thank you. Okay,
No
let's see.
minutes tonight, so it's straight to me.
Yes, Dr.
Okay,
Champ?
great, thank you so much. Thank you, Jackie. And I do want to start tonight with just one recognition, something that's very heavily on the hearts of certainly many staff, many of the administrators who are here tonight. As the board is aware, one of the teachers at Hutchinson, Dana Gentile, lost her daughter this past week. 14-year-old who has grown up with a lot of the children and families here at Hutchinson, and I know the building in particular and across the district, that loss is being felt very heavily. So we just want to send our condolences to Dana and her family, and to all those who are so impacted by the loss of Gia. And truly hope that her memory is something that inspires people to the kindness and joy that she lived her life for. So just wanted to send that, recognize that and send that condolence. Tonight, as Jackie mentioned, we're going to be continuing our conversations about budget and bond work. I wanted to just share an update that we did, as shared in prior meetings, talk about expanding our facilities committee to go back to a bond steering kind of situation where we invite some community members with professional expertise into the process. We've done that, and we notified those folks last week. So Jim and I will be working to set up a committee meeting as soon as we can coordinate that with our schedules, the architect and construction manager, and to bring those new folks into the fold. Even though the board is making some important decisions in the next week or two, the expertise of these folks being added to that committee will be truly helpful as we continue to flesh out plans and dig deeper on information that is needed to really put together a very thoughtful and detailed, thorough plan. I'm just reminding folks that we are only at the 2% design level. We don't get to go beyond that until after a successful vote. So many of the questions folks are looking for answers for will ultimately be answered. We're just in very early stages. We had, as Jackie mentioned, we had a wonderful World Cafe last night, so thanks to all the folks that came and facilitated that. There was several board members as well as community volunteers did that. I just shared sorry I didn't get it to you ahead of time, shared the summarized feedback with the board for our conversation later tonight. Since I know all of you were there last night, I think it's probably resonating as themes that you heard throughout the conversations, but just wanted to have that all summarized in one place for our conversation later tonight. We are looking forward on Thursday and Friday. Our elementary, actually all of our students are having parent-teacher conferences beginning, elementary is beginning Thursday, that's right. Elementary students are doing a half-day release tomorrow to start to enable the spring parent-teacher conferences. So looking forward to that opportunity for students and parents to meet with teachers, families to meet with teachers to get an update on student progress. And then on Friday, elementary will also continue another half day of that while our secondary folks do a full day of professional development. The elementary folks will be joining us for that professional development in the afternoon as well, so we can close out full district look together at one of the big umbrella approaches that's going to be core in helping us to deliver on our strategic plan, and that's going to be a district-wide session on MTSSI, so the multi-tiered systems of support integrated. We've been working on MTSSI for quite a while, especially at the elementary level, but across all levels. And what we're doing this year for this this session is we're working with our partners through the Recovs grant from our partners from Southern Westchester BOCES. Michael Sotero has been one of the trainers who's been working with us and one of the directors of professional learning. He's coming to do the keynote for us to provide a foundational common understanding and language of MTSSI so that we all have that to work from as we move forward. And that is, we're going to help to make connections to people's why, to their why, their what, their how in their work, so to try to make it personal, to build that common level of understanding, but then also to position us well to springboard to the next steps of the work in the strategic plan in the coming years. So we're looking forward to him coming on Friday. Another quick word of student recognition. All 4 of our National Merit Scholars that we recognized a couple months ago have all moved to the finalist stage. So, and just to remind you, that was Alexandra Herzog, Charles Johnson, Daniel Rodriguez, and Cara Rosa Vitale. So that notification is going to be going public. It's a little bit of breaking news. I know Mr. Llewellyn knows that information, probably Mr. Farrell as well, and Dr. Titone. We'll be pushing out some celebratory information on that in the coming days. So we're really excited for them and hopefully be honoring them again before the year's all out. And then finally, to transition us to the next piece, I want to thank firsthand the administrators who are here tonight. We've got almost our full complement of administrators here, our directors, our building leaders, as well as Jackie Vigil from the business office, our district treasurer. And yes, who is the star of the show. I think Jim is happy to share that limelight.
And Jim.
So I just want to thank them for all their work. Thank you for their time for being here tonight. So we do want to get right to that. Because of wanting to get right to that budget discussion, we are recommending that we forego the rest of the reports for tonight from the Assistant Superintendent's committees, so we can focus our energies on the budget and then the facilities work past that. So with that, I'm going to transition over to the other microphone and just give a brief introduction. I'm going to pass it over to Jim to get into the deeper meat of the presentation. And I did tell folks that the board has a lot on the plate tonight, so we're trying to be as streamlined as possible. Still provide you the important information that's critical for you to understand, give you the opportunity to ask questions. But we may go a little fast at times, so if we're going too fast, just stop us, slow it down, ask the questions that you need.
Have our binders.
Yes, and you do have your binders. Once we get to the line by line, I think that's the major area where you're going to be able to follow along with the binders. The overview is more general.
Thank you.
Okay, so good evening again. And this, the board I know is familiar from last time where we gave you the broad overview. We're going to start again with some broad stroke overview, but then dig in much more deeply into the budget. So the total appropriations for this budget, as you know, are $96,290,000, which represents a budget-to-budget increase of 2.9%. The allowable tax levy increase in what we're proposing to you tonight is a 3.69%. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that was developed and what operational and capital factors go into that. When we approach the budget, we really look at all different factors. We look at our strategic plan. We look at our vision for our schools, the priorities that the Board of Education has set. We look at enrollments and class sizes, curriculum changes and mandates, technology upgrades, facilities needs, collective bargaining agreements. You can go around the circle And see, this is a deep work and broad work that happens really starting almost as soon as we finish one budget. We're beginning to roll things over and start the next year. So this work begins well into the fall, and it involves a lot of time, energy, and professional scrutiny, and appreciate, again, the collaboration of the administrators who are here, the business office, because this does not happen without that collaboration and some really difficult conversations at times. We have to be open and honest about what we're looking at and try to find resolutions that best meet the needs of most students, knowing nothing is ever perfect, but also trying to use every opportunity to focus our resources where the greatest need is, and make sure that they're distributed according to strategic plan, according to our needs. So just a few outcomes to highlight for this year. As the board has already recognized this year, we had 2 students this year identified in the top 300 as part of the Science Research Talent Search. So we're excited about that, the STS competition. I didn't even get to add on here the National Merit finalists. So there's 4 of those National Merit finalists for this year. As we saw, as Ms. Comerford did the presentation on our data dashboard, we have our students continued at the grades 3 through 8 level to outperform the region. We have 77% of our students taking at least one AP. We've had an increase in the number of students and the number of exams, and continuing to increase our student performance on those AP exams to where we're again identified as an AP honor roll school. And we continue across the board to be recognized at the regional, state, and national level in a variety of areas across the board, as was even mentioned tonight. Students, competing, around the country in different performing arts programs, forensic debate. We know we have students qualifying again at different levels. So it's a really exciting year, and we continue to deliver on that standard of excellence for our students across the schools. Within this budget, we work to continue the programming offerings across all levels. As you've heard as well, through the Personal Growth and Achievement Committee, we're making a change in the course catalog at the high school, shifting from humanities research to AP seminar, to have another AP offering. It's a very similar approach to course, so we're hoping to see some increased enrollment there. We are definitely having increases in special education needs, as we've mentioned to the board before, so we're going to see some expansions in staffing at the secondary level, while we're continuing to maintain our integrated co-teach program in grades K through 2 at the elementary level, and also bringing on a new 812 class. As the board knows, that's some of our most disabled students that we maintain in district. So 8 students to 1 teacher to 2 support staff in that classroom. So we'll be bringing on an entirely new class. So that's where we're seeing some staffing growth. As always, we work to maintain all class sizes at or below board guidelines, and we are doing that within this budget as well. And we are continuing to do a lot of facilities projects. Our own in-house folks do a tremendous job. One we specifically wanted to highlight is we are positioned to install window units in the top floors of the buildings that do not have air conditioning by September 1st, which is to meet the governor's new mandate. So as I said to the Colonial faculty, we have the air conditioners. They're hidden in a secret place on campus because I did not want to be the superintendent when we got to that point in the year where somebody said, everybody bought out the air conditioners, we don't have them. We did not want to be in that position. So Jim and John Condon helped me out there by making sure that we had everything needed. Buildings are wired, and we will be able to start installing those this spring. You're going to hear a lot about technology tonight, so I'm not going to go deeply into this, but we continue to grow and support our technology realm with our Chromebook refreshes in 2 grade levels, continuing to support digital fluency standards and digital citizenship instruction throughout our schools, which is continuing to be critically important, continuing to support our various data systems to help in looking at student indicators, and then a new piece that you'll hear about as well as we're bringing on a new HR technology program to help make a more seamless, streamlined processes between HR and payroll departments. Future considerations, these are some things that we always want to keep on the radar. We keep trying to find the space in the budget and want to just keep them on your radar as well, just so you know them for future considerations. Things that we tried to put in this year, but just, again, couldn't find the funding because it was, as Jackie shared, a lot of headwinds. There's a somewhat of a tight budget year this year, and that's a function of the tax cap that all districts are facing and eventually getting to that position. It was, in a way, comforting to me to talk to other superintendents who are struggling with some of the same things. It's an inevitable part of the tax cap environment. but we were able to accomplish the objectives that the board set out for us this year. One, the board asked us to explore the potential of bringing on additional clerical to accelerate our efforts to transition to digital registration. We did explore that. What we discovered through that process, and the same thing with UPK, we're exploring that. That will take additional clerical and additional administrative support to implement both of those. So we did not have the ability to add those to the budget this year, but we wanted to let you know that we did explore those. We do know what it would take to do them, and should the opportunity arise, we would know what next steps to make to advance those efforts, and there could probably some synergy between those two, where you could bring on a combined clerical support in particular that could take on the added work that may come from those efforts. Support classes, support staff for the kindergartens, just want to always keep that on there. We've worked over the last 2 years, and we're going to do our best to do that again, to try to keep our kindergarten and first grades smaller than we have in prior years, because we don't have that additional set of hands in the kindergarten classes. So that's where we're choosing to put our resources at this point in time, so until such point in time comes that we could add aides or teaching assistants in the kindergarten levels. We're also, we're a little bit restricted in our ability in this year to add to things like performing arts, to continue to expand in STEM areas, et cetera. So we're sharpening the pencil. We're using as many creative scheduling strategies and staffing strategies as possible, recognizing that we do have some restricted resources when it comes to staffing this year. In additional funding for athletics, there's some things, there's always areas that we could grow in that area. So those were identified areas that we did not actually step forward in for this year. And one final piece too, we know every one of us always wants to put our resources to students first, but there are some, I'm calling it staffing for additional departmental support. There really are some instructional departmental leadership pieces that we could benefit from as a district, given how we've grown our programs over time. In a variety of different approaches to that, being it department chairs, being it additional staff developers. These are all things that we really would love to see, that we believe would really strengthen and support our programs in the future, again, should the opportunity come and funding be available to add those pieces in. This is the point at which I generally turn, oh, there he is. I'm going to turn to Jim. We've done some broad brush look at this in the prior presentation, but this is, we're going to start to dig a little bit deeper into revenues and expenditures and financing sources throughout the budget. So with that, I'm going to turn the clicker to Jim. Get the clicker.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Champ, and good evening, members of the board. As we look at this chart that we have right here, again, you have to think of the budget as two parts of the budget. Certainly, the fun part is the spending part, but the other part is how do we raise those funds to get to that expense part of the budget. And what this particular slide shows is how that makes up the revenue sources to come up with our expenditure budget. As we see, you look at the top line. Our largest form of revenue is property taxes. We have a year-to-year increase of 3.69%, again, made up of two really separate components, one related particularly to the capital exclusion. We'll share that a little bit later. We were fortunate, we saw a nice increase in our state aid of about 2.6% this year, which is nice. A little bit of a drop in our miscellaneous receipts, which is really related to interest income is a larger part of that. And then a smaller recommended drop-off of some of the appropriated debt service. But again, as you look at the increase in our revenue year to year of $2.71 million, which is a 2.9% increase of the revenue budget, we'll see that later on, that there'll be an identical match in the expense side of the budget. The pie chart form, again, it's many of you are, I think you're all homeowners and taxpayers, so you certainly, this slide really doesn't surprise much. Here's a pie chart look of how the revenue sources are made up for the district. 77% of that is of property taxes. Again, 14% of that is state aid. In my time here, we've really have seen that number grow nicely, though. I think a number of years it was under 10%. So while 14 isn't a huge number either, it's a nice jump from where it was just a few short years ago. We have our miscellaneous receipts of 4%, and then you'll see appropriated fund balance of 4.4%. When you see appropriated fund balance in simple terms, think of that as kind of money from your savings account. So it's not funds that are recurrent year over year. Like your interest earnings would be recurrent year over year, but appropriate fund balance is just exactly that, something that you have in your savings account and you're using that to help fund your budget. So property taxes in New York State are now bound, I guess for the last 12 or 13 years now, are bound to the tax cap formula. So the tax cap limits the tax levy growth to the lesser of 2% or CPI, the Consumer Price Index. There are certain adjustments and exclusions that are allowed, so sometimes it can be a little confusing, or you may hear from constituents, there's a 2% tax cap, why are we looking at 3.69%? We've got an explanation for that, and we can show that, but there are some exclusions, which is why it's not always that exact 2%. Some of those exclusions are for capital expenditures, which are capital expenditures are like debt service, or kind of like your loan payments for like your mortgage. The same things related to those that our local BOCES incur, because we are a component district of BOCES, so there's a very small portion of that flows back to our district. And then we also participate in the state pension plans. And every year the pension system provides or gives us a participation rate of what our bill is going to be for our employees. And if it's in excess of a 2 percentage point rate increase from year to year, we're allowed to have an exception in that tax cap formula growth. That's not applicable here, so I'm not going to go much further into it, but those are just kind of the three circumstances for the capital expenditures. So if the budget's within the tax cap, we need a simple majority, 50% of the voters plus one, and the budget passes. If the board were to propose a budget that were to go above the tax cap limit, you would require a supermajority, or 60%. And then if no budget is approved after 2 failed attempts, the board would be required to adopt a contingency budget with a 0% tax levy increase. So again, you look at that first slide, that's about a $2.6 million impact on the budget. So that would either require expenditure reductions, increased appropriations of fund balance. Those are just kind of the things mechanically that the board would be forced to do. Again, the budget before you today is a tax cap compliant budget, so it falls under the 50% plus one voter for passage. Here's our kind of how we look at the different components of the tax cap. As if you look at the top, you can see last year, or the 24-25 tax levy of $71.8 million. The state assigns a growth factor. That number is provided to us by the State Office of Real Property, and that's 0.45%. We then have to remove certain exclusions from the prior year, which is our capital exclusions and any use of appropriated debt service fund. And that kind of gives us it's an attempt to kind of give an apples to apples comparative or baseline of what the prior year tax levy limit is. And you see that $69.9 million. At that point, we're allowed to apply the 2% that you see there. And after that, we then apply or add back in our exclusions that we have. So when you look at it, it's kind of you have the top of what we have this year. You're taking out your exclusions from this year. You get a baseline. You add the 2% multiplier. You add in all the other exclusions for the upcoming year, and that brings you to a preliminary budget tax levy of $74.5 million. So it's a year-to-year variance of 3.69%. Just another way to look at it. Again, we kind of talk about taking out those exclusions. So when you look at the baseline to baseline, you're looking at about 2.4% increase of that. 2.4% of the 3.9 increase, 3.69% increase is made up of that baseline variance. And then 1.29% of the 3.69% increase is a result of the exclusion and the capital exclusions and our capital costs. This year, we had a decrease in state building aid. It was expected, so it's not like it was a surprise or something that we didn't see happening, but it did have a resulting impact, as you can see, of about 1.19% on the tax rate. Just kind of what we're working for. We're in a budget tax cap area, so we strive to keep our expenditures in line with available revenue, reduce our reliance on fund balance. As Dr. Chant mentioned, we have certain limited controllable revenue sources. You have property taxes, which is subject to the cap and taxpayers, tolerance and sensitivity, of course. The state aid formula is driven exactly by that, by the formula, but as well as political considerations and state fiscal health. And then your fund balance are a result of what the district has in reserves. And they can be used and used strategically. Next is we have the assessed valuation from for all properties within the town of Pelham. Again, as you can see, this is the value of properties going back to 1617 to current, where it's at $4.5 billion, just under $4.5 billion. It's made up of two categories. You have your homestead and non-homestead categories. If you think about it just in simpler terms, homestead values are those of homeowners, and non-homestead would be considered commercial properties. Slide here is also found in our budget book. What it does is this gives the board and taxpayers an understanding, an idea of kind of what the effect of a tax increase would be of 3.69% on homes based on their 24-25 school bases, school tax base, and then again everybody's kind of reassessed every year. So depending on how everyone's home is reassessed every year, the exact impact of the tax increase differs for everybody. And we've got a formula on our budget page where folks can actually figure out what it would be for their property. But again, this gives everyone an idea of what it would look like. State aid. State aid comes in many components. As we mentioned before, we have foundation aid, which we're seeing a nice increase of about 6.86% year to year, just over $555,000. That second line there, you see an $856,000 in parentheses. That's a reduction. That's that state aid that I just shared, where we saw that expected reduction. And again, that was aid from a prior project, a bonding project that had run its course. We'd received all the aid for it, and that's why we'd no longer be receiving it. Next year, we're also expecting a much smaller drop-off, but there will be an expected drop-off next year. We do receive aid from BOCES. BOCES is a district where we have a regional district. We have shared services, and we are a component district of that. As part of a process to encourage district to have shared services, the state also provides expense-driven aid. So you'll hear something about this from Mr. Sabalos later on. If we spend money through our BOCES for specific programs, we can expect to receive a portion of that back the following year in revenue. So it's a strategic use of our spending many times, so that we can make sure we see those dollars in the second year, and we're being very strategic in our dollars. Our transportation aid you see increased on that next line, $566,000 year to year. Similar to BOCES, transportation aid is based upon, it's a expense-driven aid. Our transportation costs have increased. As a result, our transportation aid is seeing that increase. So again, it's a significant increase, as you can see there, of $566,000. And the others are smaller increases. $6,700 in instructional material and aids. And then we have all other aids. Sometimes we have excess cost, support for homeless students, from students attending charter school, and you'll see an increase of about $83,000 on that line. Miscellaneous receipts, as we shared before, that makes up sales tax, tuition, refund of prior year's expense, interest earnings, and anything else. If we have surplus materials or things that we've sold because, again, the board approves us to discard of unused items. We put them out for auction. Any monies generated from that are posted in our miscellaneous receipts. So, again, year to year, we see our sales tax revenue is positive, about $75,000 year to year, which is it's a nice just a little over 5% increase. Significant increase, and not totally unexpected, in our interest earnings of about $200,000 year over year. Similar, I think, to what many of us are seeing in our savings accounts. We were doing really well on interest for a while, and then interest rates started dropping. We really felt the same thing. So with that, we've got an anticipated $200,000 decrease year to year. You see tuition there. So when we have capacity, excess capacity in the district, and we're able to accept a student from another district, we are able to, in effect, sell that capacity and monetize it in the form of tuition. Year over year, we're just going to see that reduction. We have some of the students have moved on to, I think they've graduated, and at the same time, we've also seen the need for those spaces. So it's not like we push in, no students get pushed out for tuition generation, but it's just an ability of the district to sell that excess space when we're already running a program. But year to year, we're seeing about a reduction of 126,000. And then the two smaller ones, refunds of prior year expenses, including arts and ed, which is a wonderful program that was really used with our field trips, and then all other, an increase of about $35,000. And we talk about appropriations of fund balance, and again, that's where I shared, you think of your fund balance as your savings account. Again, New York State recommends we have reserve funds against certain long-term liabilities, which we do have. And I think people think like the private sector school districts are limited to the amount that we can maintain in our accounts. So again, the goal is to maintain reserves against liabilities and support the budget appropriately through a planned use of reserves over time. And in this budget, we proposed use of fund balance of $4.28 million. From the bottom up, actually, I would say to just under 2.1 million of it is for debt service reserve. That's to help address the portion under the exclusions portions of the tax cap formula, which is our debt. And then the other, the 1.2, the 800,000, and the $180,000 are the use of prior year surplus or funds from our pension reserves, the two pensions that we participate in to support the budget. Here we have the expense budget. As we look, again, if you look at the bottom line, you'll see it matches that revenue budget that we shared before. It's a year-over-year increase of $2.7 million, or a percent change year-over-year of 2.9%. If you look back up to the top, though, our top two lines are salaries and benefits, which make up about 76% of the budget. We've said years prior, that's very typical for school districts, people business, and that's the resources that they take up in our budget. Underneath that, we've got our other lines, again, contractual of about an increase of about $670,000. We have BOCES services, which I mentioned we participate in, an increase of about $200,000. And then some ins and outs of other districts. We've got a reduction in some tuition expenses, but we could see a reduction in some tuition, and it may be sometimes it's interchangeable with BOCES, depending on which programs our students attend. And as we go through the budget, the line-by-line budget, this is where these items will be pointed out, and if the board members have questions, we'll be able to share that information. As we look at the expense budget, again, as a pie, you see 52.5% of it is salaries, 23.1% is made up of employee benefits, and then that last quarter, it kind of makes up everything else, your textbook materials, supplies, tuition, debt service, equipment, contractual, BOCES. We're going to work on the contrast on those lines too, because white lettering over a white pie slice didn't work out so well. So we'll work on that. I
Completely different
apologize.
color scheme on a different computer. Yeah.
Sometimes it shows up differently when we put it on the big one. Another way to look at it, again, we look at our budget a couple of different ways. The one we just showed you, this one kind of shows it a different way, where 58.5% of it is made up of instructional, 10% is general support, and then the rest is, again, your employee benefits, debt service, community services, and pupil transportation. And then the third look is kind of a three-component categories, where 75%, just under 75% of it is made up of instructional program, 16% capital, and 9.2% administrative. And as you see the little footnote down there, it says the administrative portion of the budget cannot exceed 10% of the total budget per New York State law. So this is compliant to that. So as you look at it budget to budget or year to year, kind of what makes up that $2.7 million increase, about $1.9 million of that is generated or is made up of the salaries and benefits, the rolling over budget according with our collective bargaining agreements. We did have the benefits of 13 teacher retirements, as Dr. Chant mentioned, as well as 1 teaching assistant retirement. We do have a need for some increasing staffing in special education. And this is the second year where we're really facing some hefty increases in health insurance. So this year, just about 9% year-over-year increase of health insurance. And when we go over that line later, you'll see that increase. It's a big hit. About $322,000 in BOCES are increases in arts and eds, which is, again, a great program for use with our students and for field trips. Facilities, we have some increases to about $243,000 for utilities and building repairs. And then our transportation cost increase is about $217,000. This is going to be tough to see from where you're sitting. And what this is a staffing chart. And I'm just going to talk I'm not going to go line by line on this one. I'll save everybody, but I'll kind of talk about the 3 columns that we have here. So what we have is we have the staffing variances in our budget by instructional and by instructional, by grant, operating budget, and total. And we compare it from 24-25 budget to 24-25 actual. So what's the budget year that we're in now, what was passed, and what happened this year. Then we have what's planned budget to budget. So 25-26 budget, the budget that's before you, to the 24-25 budget, so budget to budget, what are we looking at? And then that last column is the 25-26 budget to 24-25 actual. So as you look at that, and again, this chart is created out of years of doing the forecast, doing these presentations, and folks asking to see it in different ways. This kind of gives everybody a look at the different variances from budget to budget and budget to actual, and where the variance in staffing come in the year over year. But as you look at it, the variance does show that there's a reduction in total FTEs for the year. We talked about the special education. You'll see the increase. We have some planned retirements. One line, just to point out, we have a -1 for security monitor. That was previously a salaried position, but we still have the position as an hourly position. So I don't want to give the interpretation or the belief out there that we cut a safety position. The body is still there. It's just treated in a different way as an hourly position, rather than previously it was filled as a salaried position. What you have here is a side-by-side look of where the variances are to make up the current year budget. On the left-hand side, we talk about our revenue and other financing sources, what makes up the $2.7 million increase budget to budget year over year. That goes back to the earlier sheets that I showed you. And then on the right-hand side, as you see, it's the expenditures. As they flow down to the bottom, though, you'll see that they both increased $2.71 million. So as we look at the budget again, it's a $96,290,000 budget. A budget to budget, it's a 2.9% increase. The projected preliminary allowable tax levy increase is 3.69%, tax cap compliant budget. And again, this is the first of 3 in-depth budget meetings. Then I guess there's a 4th cleanup budget meeting to talk about the budget. And at that point in time, again, the process, as we share with everybody, this is the superintendent's budget. After the board has an opportunity to review this budget, the board then passes a budget to put forward to the community. And then on May 20th, the community decides to vote on that budget. And the final budget is the community's budget.
All right, thank you, Jim.
I hope that was helpful.
Yes. I'm wondering as we transition, maybe if there's any questions, if you want to transition back over. I know we're going to transition to the line by line, but if there's any questions from the board before we start the line by line, just want to give that opportunity.
And maybe we'll go through this in the line by line. I'm not sure about tonight or another one. What is the increase in transportation
We will definitely
due
cover
to?
that.
Okay, wait for the line.
We've got a whole tab for the transportation, and it's made up of 2 parts. Again, some of it is student transportation related to students that attend school out of district, and another portion of it is just the general increase related to athletics.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 larger categories for transportation.
Okay. Where, I don't have my agenda for the line by line, so
I can help you out there,
turn to
Dr.
my
Champ.
friend Jim. For where shall we begin?
Okay, so the first part of our budget is Claire Comerford, our Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning. We'll start on page C9.
And Jim, can you just remind, for anyone who doesn't have an agenda, can you just remind us the order that we're going to go?
Yes.
Through these?
So for this evening, we're going to start with curriculum, page C9, until we get to instructional technology, which would be Mr. John Sabalos, and then I'll cover BOCES at the end, the BOCES services at the end today.
Great, great. And I do want to thank, again, thank the administrators for being here. Claire is going to be speaking to the instructional part of the budget, which covers a lot of the folks who are here in the audience supporting. So thank you again for your presence. And Claire, take it away. And we're going to say we're going to give her some grace too, because it's her first time. So lots of support and appreciation for what you're going to share tonight.
So thank you all so much. As Jim said, we're going to start on C9. Generally go line by line and then try to highlight some variances. Certainly, if you have questions about something I don't mention, please feel free to interrupt me. Sure. Okay, so feel free to interrupt if you have any questions. So we'll start with 2010-145. This is our curriculum instruction and assessment codes. These codes generally cover curriculum development and supervision costs, primarily done over the summertime. So curriculum writing over the summer and can be sprinkled out throughout the year. These cover curricular changes, state changing in standards, and new course developments over the summer, aligning curriculum, and any new initiatives that are coming down the pike. This historical experience in this code has increased over years. We are keeping it steady as we budgeted for last year, hoping that we, knowing that we can still cover the needs that we have this summer, and also recognize the tight constraints of this budget year. Our next are curriculum, miscellaneous, and contractual. It covers curriculum development needed during, to cover and address curriculum and professional learning related to the district goals and state initiatives. I will move on to C10. 2020-150 is the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, AKA me, a salary. Just a note that the 24-25 budgeted salary is a prorated salary because I did not start July 1st here in the district. And the next are building administrators for 2020-150, 11 FTE in total, and any of the variances reflect turnover and changes in position. And then next we have some clerical assistant salaries here. It looks like there's the budget reflects a 0.5 FTE increase, but just a note that this addition doesn't reflect an overall clerical increase, but rather it is a repurposing of clerical staff that was previously budgeted for. The next are building codes, so we're going to get to large clumps of these throughout the presentation. Just a note on how building budgets are allocated. Each building is allocated on a per pupil expenditure basis. The allocation is based on student need factors, on enrollment and student need factors such as special education, free and reduced lunch, and then E&L support needs in each building. So each building has their own allocation. Building principals divvy this up into separate codes to meet the needs of the particular building, and so we'll see that as we go through. Of note, these have not changed significantly for this school year. What you'll see is just moving around of different monies in and out of different codes to meet the next year's needs. And we'll see those in again, I'll bring it up in 2020 and 2060, I believe, and every time I'll mention when they're the local building codes. The 2060 codes, these include monies for teachers attending conferences and workshop related to district goals, the strategic plan, state initiatives, and they also support the the district's training in anything related to the new initiatives that are coming from the state. We have literacy initiatives, graduating pathways initiatives that are coming, and so we anticipate that there will be continued need for teacher and professional learning. We are a learning organization anyway, and recognize that high-quality professional development directly impacts teacher effectiveness, student outcomes, and the overall health of the organization. So we're committed to that anyway, and we also recognize that we need to comply with and be prepared for whatever is coming from the state. 2070-150, these are teacher salaries. Just a note here that when the budget was completed last year, the teacher salaries were still in negotiation. So you'll see what I'm going to refer to as a double bump in next year's budget, because that reflects the 2-year increase that was agreed upon in last year's contract negotiations. And I will refer to the double bump whenever it explains an increase throughout the rest of my presentation. Many of these are related to 2070 codes include salaries for staff developers and coordinators. These are the ones I'm talking about in terms of the bumps here. The 2070 code for professional learning, that's contractually for professional learning that administrators engage in, that is part of the contract. And then we have site-based training. Again, this is professional learning, and recognizing that we are going to have increased professional learning needs next year, where there's a slight increase there. And then finally, materials and supplies is 2070-450, recognizing these supplies needed for in-service training and instruction. I'll move on to C12. So 2110 reflects a lot of our salary codes. We'll see teacher salaries K5 in the 120, and this will see the double bump there for the teacher salaries all K5. 2110-130 is teacher salaries 6 through 12, and again, this reflects the double bump that I referenced before. All teacher salaries are going to be that.
Claire, sorry, could you just run the double bump concept past me again?
Yes,
Sorry.
and Jim will probably step in if I don't explain it well enough.
It's a lifeline.
Let me try.
Go for it.
So when the 24-25 budget was finalized, the teacher contract negotiations weren't. And so when the finalized teacher contract negotiation, it was a 2% bump that would be retroactive to 24-25. And so with the next year's budget, we have to recognize the retroactive increase of 2%. And so therefore, we see double that in the 25-26 budget for any teacher salary code.
I understand. Thank you.
It's the budget to budget.
And conversely, you'd see reductions in areas where those funds were held. We have those contingency lines that were shared with the board and are shared with the board throughout the budget process. So the board last year had that information, knowing where that money was situated in the budget. But again, we don't put that in the general budget book, because that's just an opportunity for other people to figure out how much the board has held for contract negotiations. So that's why we make that available to the board.
Can I add one more piece, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong on this? You see a much smaller budget-to-budget increase for secondary teachers, and that would be because of the reductions that we looked at, more of them came from the secondary level. Just want to be transparent about that.
For veteran retirements through attrition, those
Correct.
savings were earned through attrition through veteran retirements.
Yep.
Stipends are the 2010-132 reflects stipends and some extra pay positions in the district. And for more very specific information on these particular stipends, you can go to Appendix 4, page H2. And those include some additions, a couple of stipend additions. The culture coaches were moved to this stipend code. And so their salaries will be in there. And then we have some additional summer programs, and then a toileting stipend that was added out of necessity in that code. So you'll see a slight increase in that code. Mandated home instruction for general ed students is in the next code, mandate 2010-133. Historical experience has shown that need is increasing year to year. So we're planning ahead for that. Again, somewhat slight increase of $4,000. Teacher substitute teacher salaries, 2110-140, keeping the same. We anticipate a higher expenditure this year, but are recognizing the constraints of the budget, and so we're leaving that as is. We have our salaries and clerical assistants for this. This is mostly attendance and part of the registrar office, and those salaries just reflect contractual increases. We have our 2110-163 lunch program supervision. Again, increasing need throughout the district that we continue to plan for and meet. We also have a clerical substitutes planning for, keeping that relatively the same. And then one of the places where we look to think deeply about how we can be responsible in a little bit of a tighter budget year, but also be meeting the needs of our students, is in the next code, which is 2110-200, district-wide equipment code. And what this code largely accounts for is the furniture. So we've been moving to transition all classrooms to flexible furniture. It's been going on for several years. Still committed to doing this, and just slowing down that process a little bit in terms of thinking about the bond project that's upcoming, wanting to make sure that we're not purchasing furniture that will not be appropriate for the space that it's being purchased for, and thinking about slowing it down and making it a much more personalized process with teachers and buildings, so that furniture really meets the needs of the teachers and students. So continuing that, slowing it down a bit for next year, but not at all losing sight of the importance of that. I'll move on to C13. 2110-400, you'll see a pretty hefty increase in this code, and this reflects our need to increase our residency investigation resources. So historical experience has shown that has required more and more attention, and so we're planning for that same type of outlook next year. 2110-400, these next group of codes are, again, these local building codes that I addressed earlier, that the allocation is dependent upon enrollment and student need. And you'll see that for most all of these codes, there's very small variations. If anything, we're kind of shuffling money in and out of codes to meet the needs. I will draw your attention to 2110-430. Bless you. This was another code where we thought deeply about maintaining student experience, but also recognizing tight fiscal restraints. And this is our intern support code. So every year we try to recruit and hire interns to work throughout the district to support our administrators, our students. And we budget for in 24-25, we budgeted for 7 interns, but we're not able to hire 7. And so we are just recognizing and analyzing the historical experience. We're decreasing that number to 4, hoping that we can actually hire and retain 4 for the next school year.
I'm sorry, how many were you able to secure this year?
Yeah. And then I'll let you know the answer to that. And then 2110-450, again, these are classroom materials and supplies that are allocated at the building level. We'll move to C14. District-wide materials and supplies, supplies throughout throughout the district. One thing of note here is recognizing the science standards that are changing. Chemistry is completely changing next year, so we want to be sure to budget for the new supplies and science resources that will be necessary to support the new chemistry curriculum next year. We anticipate that this will be a one-time upfront resource buy for this, and then the building can maintain that throughout, in the future. The next 2110-471, 472. This has always been budgeted for, but I think it's kind of gone in and out of this budget line. But I have been told by a very good source that it's going to stay here because this is the right place for it. So that explains the increase of $6,500. This is tuition for summer Regents exams. And then every so often, we have a Pelham resident student who they or their parents choose to send them to a charter school, and we are charged for their tuition. So we have to budget for that as well. And that's 2110-473. The next few lines, several lines, 2110-480. These are mostly textbook codes, textbook resources. We are purchasing a few new textbooks next year. We have the AP US History text that has been outdated, and so we are replacing that for next year, which explains somewhat of that increase. And then we have a couple of other texts that will be purchased for next school year as well. So there's small increases there. So we're going to jump now to page C23. Page C23, we start with 2610, library support staff. These are our library teaching assistants at the elementary level. And then also the secondary library teachers. And for that increase can be attributed to the contractual double bump theory that we addressed earlier. And then we have our amazing AV staff. Chris, thank you very much. That is our AV support for our meetings. And then we end with some building codes. Here, the increase here would be driven by teacher salary and the double bumps. And then I think my last page is C26. These are co-curricular stipends. These are stipends for supervising co-curricular programs, activities, clubs, programs, learning experiences that complement and enrich and enhance the student experience outside of the regular school day. And these budget variances or increases can be attributed to the increase of the contractual double bump theory. And if you would like more detail on that, you might make a note that you can find the specific information for these co-curricular stipends on Appendix 4, pages H4 to H6. I think I'm done, but we'll look for confirmation from the bosses over there.
Yes.
Okay,
The board's
thank
the
you.
boss. If the board has any questions, and if we can't answer these questions today, or if you think of these questions after the meeting, please reach out to us, and we'll be happy to share those with the board and share that information, I think whichever way the board thinks best, whether we do it at a meeting or just send to you in written form.
I would just add, I know, thanks to Dr. Callahan for doing a thoughtful presentation to the Personal Growth and Achievement Committee today, which explains a lot of the changes in science that you see now reflected in the budgeting process. So to provide the resources to upgrade to the new standards is critical. So thank you for the planning and for the presentation. And I know many of the board members were there and got a good understanding of those changes.
Thank you.
Okay. I think with that, we're ready to transition to Mr. Sabalos,
Yes.
Director of Technology.
Mr. Sabalos has got a great presentation. He gave us a sneak preview. We would start on C24 as well, and his budget would be found in two different areas, C24 and under the the BOCES tab of the budget book. But I think he's going to cover probably 85% of it right here in his presentation. Yep. I hope I didn't give too much away, John.
Right? All right, we're good here?
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, so I like to give a little bit of a tech profile for the Board of Education and the community to see exactly what was happening from this current school year going into the next school year and what we're thinking of moving forward. The overview for tonight, I always like to start with a quote, and one of my favorites is from George Couros. Culture of innovation for students cannot be created through a culture of compliance for adults. I think it's really important that, when we think of these quotes, they're catchy, they're buzzy, but the most important part when it comes to my role is starting with our staff first, our leadership, our teachers first, because that's what's going to directly impact our students and our community. So in our profile tonight, I will run through this. I'm not going to dwell on it because I know we want to get to the line by line, but I think it's important with the new board that we have a little bit of an understanding of how I like to run through this. So I'll give you a little bit of an overview of the tech profile, what we have in technology, our instructional technology goals and how they align with our strategic plan, projects from this year, how technology is growing, the staffing that completes it, the highlights for the upcoming school year, and then we'll go into the line-by-line budget. Okay? Before we even get started, and I don't even know if this was mentioned yet in public, but last week we got to honor one of our own, Alicia Del Mastro, our K-12 instructional technology specialist. She was the recipient of the Lyric Tell Award. It's a really prestigious award that's given in the region, recognizes leadership, enhancing technology and teaching through learning. So we're really proud of her. She comes from a long list of recipients in Pelham, so I'm glad that she gets to honor and continue that tradition. It was actually highlighted at this Hull Awards, which is really fitting. So it's the support of this board that actually keeps this position going, and I think the dividends here and her winning this award and being a leader in our region shows everything that's, from your support. So thank you again. So if we were to look at the technology profile, and this is funny, this is from my second year. I like to always throw this comparison onto here. So when we look at the profile, it looks smaller. We're looking at laptops, desktops, iPads, Chromebooks, and so forth. When we get into the profile, what it looks like for this year, it almost looks doubled. One of the things that I'm going to draw attention to, because there's not a lot of delta from last year, is I want to just point out to the physical servers and virtual servers, and I should have highlighted the virtual part. Last year, one of our major projects was actually virtualizing our entire server environment, except for two. The only physical servers that we keep on-prem right now are our camera servers. Everything else is in a virtual environment, and you're going to see why that's really important for us in terms of not just redundancy, but cybersecurity and safety as well. You'll see that we have MiFi access, visitor access, printers, users, the physical locations, scanners and copiers, and we'll get a little bit into that as we go through the refresh. So what exactly do we have in Pelham? Every classroom has an interactive display, a docking station, IPEVO document cameras. There's a standalone desktop, not a desktop, but a laptop in all of our 6 through 12 podium displays. And then in the K through 5, the teachers use their laptops and they just plug them in, they come and go. And the secondary has the same model as well. All instructional staff in the administration has a dedicated mobile device. We're a true one-to-one program in the 6 through 12 where students are coming and going with their devices, and we have carts in the K through 5. We're fully digital with all of our report cards now, K through 12 with parent access. We have 5 iPads for each K through 1 classroom, and we have a really expansive suite of instructional technology programs, and we have a lot of support from the Lyric when it comes to our parent and student support. So that's been a really vital part of our operations over the last 7 years. So how do we make it all work? And again, the first thing I'm going to highlight is our dedicated K through 12 instructional tech specialist. Of all the coaches in here, she is the one that goes K through 12, so I do like to highlight that. We keep a consistent refresh cycle in our 5th and 9th grade, and that's important for you to know, so that way every 4 years we're continuing to get new devices. So there's no device, except for our current seniors right now, but every device right now is only 3 or 4 years old. We're going to start to refresh at our elementary school. We're going to look at that for the next school year. We have a dedicated junior network technician to assist with the one-to-one program on the secondary campus. We're continually giving PD for our staff, day-to-day maintenance of our software programs, and we're a really big partner of the LYRIC, the Lower Hudson Regional Information Center, for all of our technology. Buoyed and what supports and what drives a lot of what we do in Pelham is our Pelham technology goals. One of the things I want to highlight with here is this is the last year of our instructional technology plan. Starting next year, we're going to revisit these goals and we're going to create new ones. They are in alignment with what works within the strategic plan as well. So if you take a look at curriculum instruction, digital citizenship and fluency, and data privacy and security, all three align within our strategic plan when you look at all the different pillars that we have. So these are a lot of the major projects from this year, and I don't want to, read it line by line. I'll highlight some of the major ones that I think are really big. Obviously, the virtual server migration and our Windows 11 migration. We also got brand new Xerox machines for all of our schools this year, and that was a joint venture with the business office and the LYRIC. So we have new 5-year leases on all of those devices. Starting this spring, we have a major E-rate infrastructure project that we're going to be starting. So what is that infrastructure project? All of our schools outside of Hutchinson and Prospect, because unfortunately there was a flood a year or two ago, will be getting brand new switches. So we're going to be upgrading all of those. So that way we can add more cameras, more devices, more wireless access points. So it's needed. A lot of those things are coming to end of life. The other thing that we're going to be talking about is our AI user group and how we're going to continue to support the work that's going on within there. And I spoke about this with the server migration, our upgrade to Windows 11 and Intune, our E-rate project. So let's talk about how technology is growing. One of the things that's really become very encompassing within my role is the role of the data protection officer. So a lot of my job is looking at contracts, looking at vendor contracts, working with our RIC. And you're going to notice, like, when I speak about moving a lot of our software from local over to the LYRIC, there's a reason why. They enter into state agreements, so they have attorneys that look at the contracts, so that way they're safe for all of our schools. So that's why we've been doing a lot of that migration. But on top of that expansion of the role of the data privacy officer, we're also looking at more collaboration and more ventures with the business and facilities office. Our transitions from analog to digital, Verizon, emergency 911, cameras, HVAC, VoIP, all of these things that don't necessarily directly impact teaching and learning, but they're important to the day-to-day operations of our school. When we look at teaching and learning, and we're looking specifically at the community, we're looking at our infinite campus expansion, Parent Square, our parent help desk. So we've been able to also expand what we're doing for our community as well. This is our technology organization chart. I'm very lucky to work with some of the most talented people probably in the region. We don't have a lot of turnover from our LYRIC staff, which we're really proud of. So a lot of people are able to grow and develop their skills, and we have a really high closure rate, which you're going to be able to see in a minute. It's all supported by what's a part of what's called LYRIC Managed IT. And there's an emphasis on staff and families to use the help desk. So the ongoing joke is, did you put in a help desk ticket? And I'm sure all of you are used to that in your environments as well. It's important for us, though, and you're going to see why. Because it allows us to project manage, see trends that are happening, and a lot of these incidents can be resolved remotely. When we take a look at the incident closure rate, one of the things that we take a lot of pride in, so if you take a look on the right, that's our closure rate from last year. But if you take a look at our closure rate to this year, the same day has gone up by almost 10%. And that's something that we take a lot of pride in. Our incidents have gone up about 7%, so we're handling even more volume, and we're able to close at a quicker rate. So our teams are working really effectively. The system verticals at the LYRIC are working really effectively, and we're really proud of that. We don't want to see the stuff going down below going up. We want to see those numbers going down, which you see going across. Yes. This is everybody, students, staff, parents, the whole thing. So we are seeing quicker closure incident rate across the entire district, which is a really big testament to the team that works with me. So highlights for this upcoming budget for this year, obviously the continuation of our instructional tech specialist, the refresh of our one-to-one program, but more importantly, the things that that we're going to speak about this year are going to be the bottom 6 items. On top of the E-rate project, we're going to look to upgrade our UPS, or uninterruptible power supplies. There's better battery services and longer uptime, so what happens is if there's a power outage in Pelham, we can actually keep a lot of our infrastructure up to date and keep them powered up a little bit longer. So we're going to be upgrading those over the summer. Dr. Fitzgerald may speak to this when it comes to hers, but we're going to be including a frontline HR module. That module is broken down into 3 different components. We have a product called Infinite Campus Workflow that we're going to be also budgeting for this year. It allows digital hall passes, which is going to be really nice for the secondary campus. It also helps with events, attendance for parents. They're able to put in their own attendance requests in there. We're going to be looking at penetration testing. So once we upgrade all of our infrastructure, it's a really big component for NIST cybersecurity framework. And you want to try to do that every couple of years, your penetration testing, to make sure that your environment is safe. We're going to be looking at upgrading our library software, so more specifically the catalog system. And we're going to look at different AI tools to pilot and continue with our AI user group. So those are going to be major highlights for this year when you look at the line by line. Our historical spending in technology, this is one of the things I take a lot of pride in. We do a lot with a little. When you take a look at what we're proposing for this year in terms of the technology spend, it's a little over 3% of the budget. And if you take a look from 18-19 to where we're going for next year, it's only gone up 0.5% in terms of the overall spend. I like to say that in Pelham, we take a lot of pride in offering some of the best and most unique services in the region, and we do it very responsibly. I think we're very thoughtful, balancing the needs of the community versus our costs. And I think we deliver top-notch services for everybody here. So now, when we go into the technology budget, we're going to go into the line by line. This was a book read for us a couple years ago, and I've actually been able to use it as a core for us when it comes to our zero-based budgeting, and starting with our why, because I feel like that really helps drive why are we doing the things that we're doing? Why are we spending this kind of money? Looking at our technology goals and our strategic plan. One of the things that we're always continuing to do is look at ways to partner with the Lyric and BOCES for purchasing. If you heard Mr. Ricky speak today, I'm going to highlight how we've been able to move a lot of our purchasing from local over to those BOCES lines. I'll give you a highlight as to why we do it. There's certain state aid percentages that we get back as we do that. And also, at the same time, being compliant with Ed Law 2D and keeping up with our data privacy and security. So let's
Hey,
go
John,
into...
quick question.
Oh, sorry.
Real quick, no.
Yes.
You don't need to go back to the slide, but you know the 5th grade and the 9th grade sort of technology refresh, that's Chromebooks.
Correct.
And so Chromebooks are the device from grade 5 through 12.
They're the device K through 12, and it's not just, it is a Chromebook, but they're all touchscreen devices as well.
Right.
So one of the issues that a lot of districts in our region had a couple of years ago when they went CBT is not everyone bought touchscreen devices. I thought it was a little irresponsible. I tried to, forecast what that could look like, and I really thought, paying a little bit extra money for the touchscreen for us, for the CBT, has been really vital, and it's helped in our elementary schools. Some of the schools have really struggled when it's just using the trackpad, especially when you get to 3rd grade, and I think it's a little tough, but having the touchscreen has been really, really helpful, especially for the CBT. And
I don't want to get into this too
No, it's okay.
much, but no, it's just very late, and I want to be respectful of people's time. But do you have an opinion on whether, like, the Chromebook OS, that software environment is the right one for a 12th grader? I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, do you think there's a conversation to be had that maybe there's like a lockdown Windows machine that could be used by a 10th grader, 11th grader, 12th grader? Because things like Excel, PowerPoint, are useful in the workplace.
Yeah.
Or are we kind of committed to Chromebooks?
No, we could still be committed to the Chromebook, but still use the Office suite in the Chrome OS. So in Office 365, it's all web-based.
Oh, that exists for Chrome?
It does.
Interesting.
And one of the things that we started to do starting last year with the purchase and moving forward is we went from 4 gig to 8 gig. So there's larger memory on all of our Chromebook devices, so it is able to actually run the Microsoft Office suite. We haven't done a lot of it because our environment is in Google. But I know a lot of those higher electives, I know specifically within Dr. Callahan's science research program and some of the physics courses, we do have dedicated Windows laptops that are in there for the kids to use. But they can start to access some of the Office 365 suite. We do have licenses for them. They're not additional costs. They already come with the Active Directory account.
Great. I didn't know that. Okay, thanks.
Of course. Any other questions with what you just saw? All right, excellent. Let's go into the line by line. I'm sorry, I'm going to my physical paper. So let's go with this. Flip over. My budget starts on C24. Sorry. All right, there we go. Chris, are you able to hear me like this? Sorry, I'm just. Nope, there's nothing. It's just going to be me speaking. So let's go through 150 and 160, which is my salary and the support staff. So let's talk about the support staff. There's a note in there that there's a variance for a staffing vacancy and planned reduction in FTE. So that was Janet Egan. What's happening is we are going to be transitioning that position to be shared with our human resources department. A lot of Janet's position has been a lot of work with HR when it comes to onboarding and offboarding. So what we found out was like there's a lot of coordination, not just within HR, but also the business office and payroll. So we're trying to transition that position to create a savings for the district and also increase our productivity on that side of the house. If you take a look at 220, that line is for hardware. So what do I mean by hardware? And I'm going to reference specifically lines 220 and 450 when we get to BOCES. So when I say computer hardware, and you're going to notice it's not, well, when you look at the actual spend and the estimated expenditure, we don't spend that fully. These are for if I want to buy something locally, sort of last minute, like laptops, desktops, an interactive display. I have local money to be able to do that. 95% of the time, I'm not using that line for it. I'm trying to purchase that through BOCES. So what's the benefit of purchasing through BOCES versus purchasing directly with us? Is the warranty, the support, and then just the state aid that you're able to get back on that purchase, which Mr. Ricky will also speak about. We get that back in the second year when we purchase through BOCES, so that's why we don't really try to spend a lot of that money in there. Let's go down to the contractual, which is 400 and 420. All right, so when we look at maintenance, support, and expansion, that includes a network consultant, maintenance contract, Xerox print management, subscriptions, our E-rate consultant, and it says that it's an area of budget contingency. I know Mr. Ricky will speak a little bit to that as well, because you might see that pop up through areas, but that's also a line that's not heavily spent. Again, we try to use a lot of our purchasing through BOCES. But more specifically, that E-rate consultant fee that we used, that actually helped us with our bidding for the E-rate project that we got this year. And the Xerox and our print services actually come out of there. The 420 for the staff development is flat. We use that for summer curriculum writing and professional development. For line 450, that's our materials and supplies budget. That was a fairly new budget from when I started. It never really existed, but if you are looking at the difference between, what's the difference between 220 and 450, picture 220 as being the larger items, I would say like $500 or more. 450 is for smaller items, Chromebook cords, cases, flash drives, headsets, those little miscellaneous items that you could think of that work on a day-to-day basis. That's what we use that line item for, but you're going to also notice we don't try to fully spend that line because we try to procure as much as we can through BOCES. The last line that's going to be really important to look at is going to be our computer software. We're actually looking at a change from last year to this year of $9,000, and you're probably wondering what that is. And again, that's pending because there might be a budget transfer with that. One of the things we're looking to upgrade is our library software, specifically our catalog system. So we're looking to make a switch to something called Follett, which is supported through SW BOCES. So we're going to look to just change what we're using for our catalog system for next year for our books.
I have a question, just a
Sure.
quick one, clarifying question. The expected expenditures are lower and then it goes back up. Can you just talk a little bit about that for this year versus next year?
Sure. Can you repeat that again for me, please?
Yeah, I'm using Will's
No,
binder.
no, please, that's fine.
Okay, so the estimated expenditures are lower than what it was budgeted for this year.
Correct.
And then it goes up back to an increase. I'm just curious what that's
Sure.
about,
So
right?
when
Like,
you
was
look at
there
the 460, we keep a little bit of a buffer in there for like pilot programs. And not only do we keep that in there for pilot programs, that's also reflecting a transition of software that used to be spent locally and that got moved over to BOCES. I'll be able to give you an example of that when we get to Appendix 5. And what happens is you're going to notice I've moved over $110,000 over the last 5 years over to those BOCES lines. So what you're going to notice in the adopted budget versus the estimated expenditure, if you were to go back even last year, it goes down a little bit. I know it looks like it goes up, but that transition from that line is consistently going down. We just put that in there, and then we'll do a budget transfer mid-year, so that way we're able to reflect that.
There's a transfer tonight, which we're doing something very similar to that, just in the board actions. I can certainly point that out when that comes up.
It's hard to reflect that on the Appendix 5 because we don't control those lines. Those are directly from BOCES. So this allows us as a district, we have money like that we're encumbering to purchase, and then we can transfer that over to BOCES. So sometimes that's why you're seeing that delta in there as well. Of course. So if there's no other questions with that part, the heavier part is going to come in Appendix 5. So if we can go to Appendix 5, and it's going to be BOCES. All right. Let's not look at the first 2 pages on 1 and 2 or 3. Let's go to what's called the Lyric RFS. So it's interesting with the Lyric RFS. I'm going to explain a lot of this in here. This is where the majority of my purchasing is done with. And you've heard me continually speak about how we've been able to move a lot of our purchasing into here. So the BOCES RFS is actually for this year, it's only broken down into what's called COSERs. And COSERs are rules that are established by New York State. In Pelham, we abide by 4 COSERs that I oversee directly on the Lyric RFS, the request for services. It's called, the first one is 510, which is instructional tech, 554, which is model schools, 611, which is management services, and 612, which is in telepath, all right? So in 510, when you take a look in instructional technology, that lists all of the programs that we belong to, that we subscribe to in Pelham. Learning A to Z, Delta Math, Score, Go Guardian, WeVideo, Tinker, and so forth. And what that shows you is line by line what that looks like, what we're purchasing, and the amount of licenses that we're buying. So for some of those softwares, it's for the full district. For some of them, it's K to 8. For some of them, it's K to 5. I don't want to have to go line by line on every piece of software. What I do want to draw attention to are going to be really big changes that are going to be coming up for this year. One of the first things that you should look at is we are going to have a change of about $10,000. We're going to be eliminating one of the softwares on here, Learning A to Z. So that's going to be a removal. And again, this RFS is from January 7th. I'm sorry, I should have led with that. There will be a final RFS that comes forward to you in May where it will reflect a lot of the changes that I'm speaking of tonight. So it just allows us to work with the Lyric, and this is just the initial run that comes out. So that will be removed from there. And one of the things that we're going to be adding on is School AI, and what we're buying is some pilot licenses to use with our teachers. So that will be added onto there. That's at a cost of $6,000. So that will be the only large change that you see within 510 that I'm looking at. The other thing that you're going to look at when you go down, so if you were to go to page 1, sorry, there's no numbers on the, they're on the top right. If you were to go to page 3 of the RFS under 510, this is just a change of where they're billing us. So if you take a look at 510-220 networking support, the way that we used to actually pay for MIT, and I'm talking about the salaries for my technology staff, it used to be split between 510 and 611. So why did they used to do that? Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm going a little out of order here. When you put things in different coasters, you get different state aid ratios. So when you heard me talk about 510, 554, 611, and 612, you get a higher state aid reimbursement, and it's reflective of student use and its impact on learning. So for example, our state aid reimbursement on coaster 510 is 54% versus 611 where it's 46%. And that's reflective depending on, and you can tell because 510 is all instructional software, so it directly impacts student teaching and learning. what the BOCES did to stay in compliance, and this was actually from the state, was they removed, so they used to split the cost of what was our managed IT service between 510 and 611. They just moved it all to 611 for next year. So that's why on 510, you're seeing it says inactive, and you're not seeing anything on the 25-26 contract. So that's one of the other bigger changes as well. 554 is model schools, and that's like our professional development, and that's available for all of our teachers to access. They have both virtual and in-person sessions, all at the Lyric. They're supported by all the different softwares we subscribe to. So every year, a lot of these titles that we belong to, Cami, Newsella, IXL, teachers can attend professional development that's offered by them by belonging to this Model Schools General Membership. And then the kiosks that you see listed below is the cost of us to not only purchase, but for them to do the underwriting and the contract negotiations for us, and also the Ed Law 2D compliance. So that's why you're seeing a separate kiosk service that comes on that. For 611, which is management services, that's if you can think of the nuts and bolts of what happens and the back end stuff. So Infinite Campus, ClassLink, our local area network, Branching Minds, Frontline, Guidance Direct, IEP Direct, Final Site, which is what our school website, test scoring. A lot of those different items fall under 611. One of the changes that's going to be falling off on here as well is going to be something called Debt Book. It's 611-456. I can't exactly speak to what that is. I think that's used by the business office. I know that's going to be, that they requested to have that removed. And
Yeah, it's an application that we do not require anymore.
And then this is where that added, that Infinite Campus workflow module that I was talking about will be added onto here. And along with that will be Dr. Fitzgerald Frontline HR modules, which comes in 3 separate bundles. It would be added onto here as well. And that, for me, is my entire line by line on the BOCES Appendix 5. Were there any questions in terms of anything you saw in there?
So like.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Learning A to Z RAS Plus, so that's being removed.
Yes, it is.
So it's listed here, but we're not actually.
Correct,
renewing
because
it.
I'm going to get a rerun of this, and
I see.
it will be put on the board minutes for you to approve.
Got it, okay, I
So,
understand.
yeah, because it's not just us, but anyone that subscribes to the Lyric, there's changes back and forth, because it's
Got it.
still, as you're negotiating your budget, you're trying to make sure everyone's coming in compliance.
Right,
So
right.
it allows us to do our adds and removes. Yes?
Was there another question?
And then when we see the state aid reimbursement, which I know shows up someplace else here, but then when it shows up someplace else, do we know what it's connected to and like?
I actually don't know. I know it comes in the second year. I don't know what that looks like. It doesn't show up on any of my lines here. I think it shows up in a state aid reimbursement
Yes.
area. So sorry, I wish I got that right.
Yeah, it doesn't go back.
No, we appreciate John's knowledge of the different reimbursement rates, because I think that just demonstrates, how diligent we try to be in leveraging those dollars as best we can. So John, I appreciate that.
Do you have to justify, like when you're moving one expense from, one coaster to another, do you have to justify that?
It's not
move?
me. It's actually New York State that controls those rules around coaster compliance. It's not even me. I'm not saying, hey, I want to move this from. I can't do that. That's actually mandated to us from the state. So every district in New York State is actually buying from that same coaster line. So if we were to go to, let's say, like Erie County Schools or something like that, they would be buying from the same thing. It's coaster 510, same rules, same contract,
Got it.
same pricing. All right. Thank you.
John, thank you very much.
Thank
Always
you.
a
Thank you.
wonderfully thorough
Thank you, John.
presentation. All right, and with that, administrators, thank you so much for your time tonight and your support. Have a good night. Go on your way. Safe travels home, and we'll see you in the morning.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and if I could ask the board to remain on Appendix 5, we just have the rest of the portion of the BOCES budget to go over. It's on I-1. And similar to what John just shared on the lyric, it's kind of self-described on these are a list of different services that the district purchases through BOCES and what we're expected to purchase in the upcoming budget. So as you can see, we have the 24-25 budget, what we budgeted and what our forecast is. And then in 25-26, you see what the request is in this particular budget. Right at the top, we use board docs. I couldn't have planned that one better. But again, that's obviously an application used by the district for board meetings and the maintenance of minutes and documents. We are assessed an administrative charge, as you can see. That's a rather large number, $421,000. That number is formulated based on it's kind of a prorated cost based on our share of our participation in the BOCES, in the Southern Westchester BOCES. So that is one number that's kind of handed to us. But at the same time, we have had participation. They have a school board as well, BOCES, and in years past, Pelham has had great representation as well.
Is that like a membership?
There's some expenses related to retiree expenses that they have.
Okay.
Some of their base costs that they have. As we look further down, you see some of the instructional services. One of the largest ones the one right up top there is occupational education. That's the high school program at BOCES. Those are half-day programs. As you can see, we've budgeted for 24 slots. This year, we're at 21. And again, just today, actually, our high school students made a visit to BOCES, so that number is not yet finalized. But this is for occupational education programs. As you can see, then, there's a number of different types of programs that we have for intensive day programs, Back on Track program. We have some costs related to instructional technology, as John shared. And then we have, we do carry some contingency, as you can see in there. That's part of our total contingency as a district of 2% that we carry. We talk a little bit about that frontline human resources bundle. That's new, where I think we're really going to get some great participation and synergies between the business offices, technology, and human resources. Bring in some great technology, and I think the flow of information is just going to be very helpful for us. When we have officials at our sporting events, that's coordinated through our BOCES. And then those officials are paid by those officials. I'm sorry, that's on the second page, I-2. So there's a cost related to that. We have video feeds. Again, 5 years ago, that started 5 years ago. But again, that's part of the huddle service that you see there. We originally used Local Live. Now we had 2 systems. We're down to 1 right now. We have some costs related to our instructional materials. Again, model schools, school improvement, My Learning Plan for professional development, health, wellness, and safety. Our Alterra safety consultant line is in BOCES. We coordinate that through BOCES as well. Arts and education, which is, again, we spoke about that. That's a great program, and that's why we've seen some increases in revenues there as well. That's the total for instructional services, about 4.6, almost $4.7 million. As we go to I-3, we use BOCES to provide some special education services for our Pelham students and based on student need. As you can see, we have the preliminary budget as well as the number of students that are serviced in that particular category, as you can see it. Again, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech, counseling, one-to-one aids. That could be for students who attend district, out of district, and are still required an aid. And those costs are then billed back to the district. And then that last slide, and you see BOCES Transportation Coordinator. We are obviously not a transportation district, but we do have transportation expenses related to Pelham children whose parents choose to send them to school out of district. We do have a requirement to provide that transportation, And we participate in a consortium with Bronxville, Eastchester, Pelham, and Tuckahoe. We call it BEPT. We try to share those services to, again, be as efficient as we can in the provision of those services. So as you see, the total line is $6.3 million, a year-to-year variance of positive $203,000, or 3.3%. There's a lot of numbers being thrown at you today, again, as you think about these things. They sometimes they come to you at different times in different places when you're walking to work or driving somewhere. So if you can hold on to that thought and you need an answer, please reach out to us.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Jackie. Really tremendous, tremendous work, and appreciate your expertise and attention to detail. Well done.
Thank you.
And Jackie, feel free to go home, too. The hour is getting later and later. But thank you. So, yeah, if any more questions, follow up. I know Jim and Jackie have always offered to, do one-on-ones. Those offers still stand. If, as you dig deeper into this, if you want a chance to go back over some things and understand more the levels of detail, they continue to make themselves available. So,
I just had one question for Tracy on the BOCES stuff. It looks like there are a number of lines that are reductions in special ed through BOCES, and I was just wondering what the dynamic was there. Is that mostly just sort of students aging out who were being provided BOCES services? Is it a shift to in-district services away from BOCES? I'm looking on
I3.
I3.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about shift in placement more than anything. So when I go in 2 weeks, you may see it could just be shift in placement. So when I present next week, you may see a student who was projected to go into a BOCES go into a private line. So that's where you may see those shifts.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Also, and I think part of what we can share is that revenue budget that I shared earlier today. That's based off of the governor's original budget proposal. The state is, by statute, they're supposed to enact the final budget by April 1st. By and large, they've been pretty close to that date over the last few years. So as we receive that updated information, once the final budget is enacted, if they're on time, you'll have that information prior to your budget adoption. So we'll be able to share that information with you as well. Also, Tracy, she's in the middle of annual review times. If anything changes as we go through this budget process, these are things we want to keep you up to date on, and we'll make sure to do that as we move forward.
And that's exactly, as my memory's coming back to me, we projected this year for 3 students to go into the BOCES multiple handicap program, and then it was a kindergartner, and then when we got to the actual search process, the parent ended up picking a private and not going to the BOCES. So it's guesswork when you're trying to predict where people end up.
Okay.
sorry, we're just coordinating next steps.
Yes. I will. Construction? I think we're done with the budget part. Are we?
Yes, we are.
We got other people here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, more to come next time.
Okay. So we're switching gears,
Yes.
and we can move to 3.3, our facilities discussion.
Can you say
All right,
that again?
we're-
Yep.
Okay, we're switching gears and moving to 3.3, our facilities discussion. We have two items to talk about with respect to facilities. One is the purchase of the house, and the next is to discuss the bond. We can start with the house because some of that will inform the bond discussion.
You want me to kick that off?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
okay, I'll kick that off. So as the board is aware, on the agenda tonight, and as Jackie has already shared, there is a resolution to enter into contract, to approve our authorization to enter into a contract for house purchase. As part of that process was also the SECRA process, and that is on the agenda tonight as well, declaring that a type 2 action. So we do have with us tonight Russ Davidson from KG&D and Kevin Sawyer from Triton. And just wanted to I'd like to talk about the SECRA a little bit right now, if that's okay. It was a little bit out of order, but as Jackie said, I think that will inform our discussions about the facilities propositions once the board has a full understanding of that. So if it makes some sense, maybe we can take a look at the documents, the backup documents that are related to 5.1, and then also into 5.4. Just to see if there's any questions that the board might need to ask our professionals tonight. So I'd say the first resolution for the House is a purchase of property, declaring it as a SECRA Type 2 action, given the particular project. Russ, can I put you on the spot to just give us a thumbnail sketch of what what a Type 2 looks like, and anything we might need to know about that related to the house purchase?
So Type 2 under SECRA is one of the actions that the New York State DEC has predetermined does not have any adverse environmental impact. So that's on a list, so you're very safe in following through on SECRA on that.
Okay. And what you might as well stay there, because I'm going to ask you another question very shortly. And just, I think Jackie has articulated this, but, the intention is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to buy to purchase a home adjacent to school property. So we are, looking forward to the opportunity to potentially using that for one of our most immediate needs, which would be district offices, to start to be able to move us out of rental space and back onto campus and property owned by the district. So I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that as we now move to talking about the bond scope as a whole. Okay. So maybe in doing that, Russ, can you then talk to us a little bit on the agenda tonight is also a negative declaration related to SECRA and related to the full, two different SECRA resolutions for two different purposes. So the second SECRA resolution is on there for 5.4. It's a negative declaration for the proposed capital bond projects. So if you could just give us a little background there, and I know the board probably has some more questions on that one because it's a lot more detailed.
Yeah, so that one requires a little bit more analysis, so that's not automatically on the list. So we prepared a Part 2 and a Part 3 of the full environmental assessment form for you to review. It's a very structured form that looks at a number of specific impacts and specific questions. The biggest reason, and I should note that everything you've considered, we did SECRA on. So we know you're not going to do everything. But that way you're free to do any portion of it. The biggest reason that there's no adverse environmental impact is because all the development is happening on existing properties that have been developed. So it's all redevelopment. So the only time we've seen school districts have full environmental impact statements or really have to study things and mitigate things is when they develop new land. So we're talking about potentially geothermal wells on a playing field, building additions on areas that have already been developed. So that's why there's really no adverse environmental impact. It is not, a relation, it wasn't initiated by, dramatic increases in population. The projects are really about fixing your buildings and right-sizing your buildings for your current and projected populations. The Part 2 does answer yes on impact on land, but all the sub-questions have no or small impact. There's answer yes to historical resources. It's because Prospect Hill, Siwanoy, and this building are all eligible, which only means that you need to go through a process with the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO, which would be done after the bond, prior to construction. That's normally a give and take. That's exactly what happened on the Hutchinson School. And their concern there was that we did some documentation and try and save a few aspects of the school. So that would take place on whatever you go through. And again, the reason that doesn't happen at this point is because school districts are prohibited from developing complete plans and specifications for projects until after the community funds them. So we have a very good relationship with SHPO. We've talked to them about this building and Prospect Hill successfully in the past. Just one more thing on stormwater. So you'll see in part 3 of the documents that we provided that it's anticipated that a full stormwater pollution prevention plan will be necessary. That may change depending on what portions of the projects you select. But in any event, all New York State DEC stormwater regulations will be fully complied with at each location. And just as a side note, at Siwanoy, the actual amount of impervious surface proposed is a reduction from what is there now.
Yep. And I have to say thank you for that, too, because I know that was in large part response to the community feedback about the stormwater conditions, and certainly in our shared conversations with the village about their projects, and appreciated the opportunity to meet with them, and that Walter Hauser came with us. Jim and I met with the village administrator to go over their plans, and so
Yep, I'm glad we were all responsive. The LA group, a consultant, put together a site plan that incorporates pervious play surfaces,
Right.
something you don't have now. The actual amount of landscape area increases, and there's stormwater measures being proposed on site, whereas none exist today.
Great. Great. I don't know, did the board have any questions?
You answered the questions that we had, but I would just say that just to, so the community hears it again, that this is a type 1, right? A type 1 SECRA. And we look at, or you look at the, all of the projects as a whole. And this indicates, and we indicate that the school district is the lead
Agency.
the lead agency doing the environmental review. You spoke about 3 of these on here, but there are 18 or 19 questions, right?
Yes.
18 or 19 questions that go through the impact categories. There's sub-questions under that. It's very comprehensive and thorough.
And we additionally provided a part 3 for more detail on it, which is not required. But the, yes, I didn't think you wanted to go line by line. You'd have enough of that already tonight.
Not at this hour.
Yeah, I thought
but-
the narrative was helpful in part 3.
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
very much.
That was prepared by our landscape architect and planner, and with our whole team. But the secret process is a little bit different for school districts. It's not something you do every day or every year, but it's done by all school districts for all capital projects across the state. And what you're going through is a completely typical procedure to arrive at no adverse environmental impact, so you can move forward with your bond planning.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right. With that, I think maybe we turn into the discussion where we left off last time about the bond scope as a whole. So where we landed last time, just as a reminder, we don't have a presentation for this, but just as a reminder, I think our task was to go forward and look at, and Jim, I know you've got some of the backup information from Rick Gansey, where we'd asked for some different breakouts of different information that could be helpful to the conversation. So what I had recorded from last time is we were looking at including the full infrastructure package, but wanted to understand what the impact of the high school windows might be separately. To determine if ultimately those remain in or would be or may be considered for deferment. We were looking to move forward with Cybernoy revised option B as it stood. And I think I am going to also ask Kevin to give us an update too before we go any too much further into this. We talked also about continuing to keep air conditioning at Colonial, Cybernoy, and Prospect Hill in the mix, looking at likely or potentially deferring high school air conditioning, looking at geothermal systems for Prospect Hill and Cybernoy, potentially deferring geothermal again if we're not doing the air conditioning systems to to align that with the air conditioning. And then high school expansion with the student center and science labs was still on the table. So full infrastructure, Cybernoy option B, elementary air conditioning, high school expansion, and then geothermal projects at Prospect Hill and Cybernoy is my recollection of where we left off last time. High school windows, I think there was more detail on geothermal that was requested as well, I think, on pricing. Does that sound right? So before we kind of open that up for discussion, Kevin, I invite you to come share what you've been hard at work at over the last couple of weeks that I think will be important for us as we start to make some final decisions tonight.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
I'll try and make this as brief but informational as possible because I know it's getting late for all of us. We were asked to do a separate and independent review of the budget numbers that have been provided by KG&D and that you've been using throughout the course of the past couple of months. We have broken it down into each of the programs, and then we added some items together, leaning towards some of the options that you just discussed has been from the previous meeting. So I thought the best way for me to do this is to kind of start in general, and then I'll talk a little bit about some details, and then I'll kind of summarize where I think you are overall, okay? And then ask any questions that you may have once I get through it. Generally, the program that KG&D put together for the budget is good. They have consistent construction contingencies. They have consistent project costs and escalation in the budget, the escalation for about 4 years, which is what we are anticipating to be as an average for construction. That should be fine. So really happy to see the way that that was set up in the presentations that they have done in the past. I think those are good. Now, in terms of individual related items, we evaluated the infrastructure package that was put together, and based on general square footage numbers and pricing, and assuming a standard abatement allowance within that number, happy to say that the numbers that we came up with were right in line with the numbers that were projected by KG&D. So really solid in that aspect, so that is good. Then I want to talk about Cybernoy Elementary, the addition project. The addition project, we have found some slight differences in the numbers that we are projecting. The numbers that we are using are based on actual costs of addition and alteration projects that we are currently seeing out on the market right now. I think some of the variables that might have to do with that is there's a little uncertainty in the market. Right now, there's a lot of construction going on in the public school market. There's not a very high volume of contractors out there. So, and I also think that The original numbers that KG&D based their program on was Hutch plus multipliers through Turner's index, and then adding for escalation since the last time that project was going. I think that project was actually bought at a really good price. So I think there's a little bit of flexibility there from what it is versus what you may anticipate seeing in the upcoming months and years. I might also note, since we're talking about a number of different things, similar findings for the additions at the high school, middle school, if you choose to go that route, and I'll talk a little bit about numbers in a minute. And the geothermal was actually based on a project that we did together, and it's in line with costs that we have seen actuals. So no objections with that. Also, the air conditioning number based on the gross square footage costs that we put together are also right in line with those numbers. So the only areas that let me sum it up. The budget that was provided by KG&D is a good budget. It will work. We might have to put together some alternate pricing in order for us to make sure we maintain base costs within the budget. It also anticipates a low bidder I believe it anticipates a low bidder, meaning that somebody will come in and sharpen their pencil. When we do our budget analysis, we tend to look at more of the second low bidder or third low bidder in average, because that tends to be what the cost really was. And the advantage you get through the public bidding process is that some contractor will, strategically lower their bid to get the work, and that will trend a little bit less than perhaps our average dollars for what we think actual cost should be. All right? So I thought what I'd do is kind of put together a sort of a synopsis based on that option 3, which we talked about, which included as the infrastructure project and Siwanoy addition, which totaled about $82.5 million. Our budget range came in from 82.5 to 84.6. You could get it done for that price of the 82.5. That is a really good price. If you can get that, that would be wonderful for the school district. We think that you should be a little bit more conservative with your number and consider raising that up a little bit to take into consideration some uncertainties within the market. And I haven't talked about tariffs. All right. So that is only a discussion without tariffs in it. All right. And that's kind of my quick summary. If anybody has any particular questions about it.
Would you also apply that same thinking to the high school, if I understood you correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in terms, correct. If you're looking for the high school difference that we had was 1.8 million from what was projected at, well, I used the number of the lowest cost of 34.5, which was the lowest cost that was on the list.
Got it.
And that's based on that.
All right, and we're looking at the $38 million option at this
So it's
point.
probably going to be a little closer to 1.5 for the $38 million option.
I have a question, and maybe I missed it, just in regards to the Siwanoy and the infrastructure. You sort of put them together as a total, but you did share there were some differences that you identified with the Siwanoy project. Can you just talk a little bit about what you found there?
Yeah.
In numbers, like maybe in some numbers.
Our square foot cost price averaged to be about $625 a square foot, which is slightly higher than the numbers based on these total square footage that you have for Siwanoy. And we believe that those costs are increased from what was projected by KG&D for a number of reasons. as I mentioned earlier, I think that the basis for their budget estimate was Hutch. Hutch came in at a very good number, very aggressive number. So that's number one. Number two is there's some market uncertainty right now in the bidding atmosphere with the contractors today. So we're seeing costs trend a little up right now. And so we're opening our actual bids and we're seeing that. So we wanted to bring that to your attention, that might be something that the board wants to consider in your review and analysis of the overall cost.
Approximately how much more, I mean, what's a little, just give us, I'm curious what that baseline is.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
Siwano was estimated at 28 million,
Yeah.
is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we're looking at approximately 2.1 million.
And is that,
More, so
More.
about 30 million is what
Yeah.
you, okay.
is that due to the expansion, or is that overall incorporating the renovations as well?
That's everything. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the whole project as a whole,
Right.
and
guess
without including any tariffs.
Yes, and I guess my question was, is what's giving you pause related specifically to the expansion or just to these costs overall for the full project?
To the expansion, the addition.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I balanced it out. Because the addition's a little high, and then the renovations are a little low, so I balanced it out.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Tariffs. Obviously, you don't know. I presume you don't know any more than anyone else, because if you did, you wouldn't be talking to us. You'd be on your private jet somewhere. Who knows? It's an evolving situation day by day. But I guess to the extent you're able to answer this, and maybe the same goes to Russ as well, like, has there been a change of tenor in the business that you're in? Are you seeing any change in behaviors throughout the business? Which way do people think the wind is blowing? And are you seeing projects canceled, or is it just business as usual?
Yeah, great question. Right now, I have 5 estimators in our office pulling out what's left of their hair. Very uncertain times. We have not, because of the market and the tariffs, and one day we have 25%, the next day everything's gone, the next day we have 50%, next day that's gone. Very hard for us to put our finger on it. Throughout the market, everybody's a little frustrated. And I think the stock market's actually kind of showing it a little bit, and it's recently going down. That being said, we did do some analysis for you in anticipation of your question. So if we took 25% on a portion of the project that we think would be most impacted, which would be steel-related products, aluminum-related products, so that's your structural steel, your reinforcing steel, your windows. And I can tell you that for the first time, we're starting to hear from some vendors, which is where it really comes from first, that things like furniture might start being affected, and some other products are potentially could be affected with these tariffs moving forward. But nobody is telling us that there's costs that we should be putting down on paper right now. Okay. So anticipating your question, we did do some analysis, taking a percentage of the Siwano addition for structural steel and for aluminum products. We took a percentage based on a 25% tariff, and we came up with basically just a hair over $1 million on 25% tariff, assuming 6 to 9 months. All right, and so you're out, what? You have to go through your bond, then you're out a good year or so before you get all your drawings up to the state, and then the whole SED process. So you're out a little bit of ways. A lot can happen in that time, but I think if you wanted to put a fair evaluation on the overall cost, I would say Siwano for a 25% tariff at about $1 million. And if you choose to go to the middle school, high school program, At the 38 million, I had just over 1.4, almost 1.5 million in tariff. And again, that's purely a shot in the dark based on percentages that we have on a 25% tariffs on the volume of work that's projected. You know,
Okay, thanks.
yeah, that's good info. So,
Thank you, Kevin.
yeah, all in all, not bad. Just
Okay.
that's whole issue with the differences in the costs there. I think
So-
you.
Okay,
the
so your
board should
your
consider.
most conservative recommendation would be a total of add of 2.1 on Siwanoy and 1.5 on the high school?
And then whatever tariffs you feel are appropriate to go to the bond with.
Got it.
Yeah, and that's, I think that the architect would be really happy because that eases the design process
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
You know, and if you remember the last go-around, we went to rebid a number of times.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did.
Right?
Yep.
Because the process was very similar to that number
Yeah.
that they had budgeted. You can
Yeah.
do it, but it's
Yeah.
going to take a lot of work to get through it.
Yep. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Kevin,
you.
on the tariffs, is the right way to think about that, like, the cost of likely tariffed products is, call it 10 or 15% of the total budget? Am I
We're
thinking about
using,
that right?
we're using 15, 18, about between 18 and 20% of the volume of the work projected on a 25% tariff is how I came up
Okay.
with the number.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, about 18 to 20% of the volume of the
Okay.
project, hard costs.
All right. Well, I'm gonna, is it okay if we let the cabinet go? We're up to 10 o'clock,
course.
so I want to be sensitive to that. If you guys want to go, you are released.
Except for
I'll
Jim.
handle all the policy things. Sorry, Jim. I'll take care of the policy things, so please feel free to go. I know tomorrow's going to be a hard day for everyone, so go get some sleep. Yeah. So that brings us back to the question of where do we want to go? I know Jackie kind of set the stage for us at the beginning with, a suggestion of, actually, before we get to that, of looking at, we're deciding on a scope, potentially looking at a couple different propositions. Before we do that, we do want to give you a second to take a look at the World Cafe feedback.
Yep.
I did email that to you earlier in the meeting. We did a thank you to Alex for assembling that as a summary for us. My quick read of it is that it was very similar to a lot of the feedback that we've been hearing throughout this engagement process, which is great because I think it reaffirms many things. It certainly gives us, as we said at the World Cafe last night, we had 3 key questions that we focused on. What information would help the community feel comfortable about the bond proposal? What unanswered questions do you have? I think, and I joked last night, but I think it's real. Alex and I will likely use those as the core of some FAQs as we move forward. So some great feedback there. Question 2, what do you think about the tax impact relative to the value of the proposed projects? And I think there was a lot of good information there as well about just wanting to understand, making sure that folks understand. A lot of folks did see the value, especially when they saw the net tax impact. The numbers are big. I think that's one piece of feedback. Having the $65 million in tax neutral borrowing was really important. And then seeing the actual, what does it mean to the net to the individual home taxpayer was critically important. So being able to build out more information there is something we're looking at, but certainly I know board members had other feedback that they gleaned from that. And then question 3 was how should the district balance the long-term benefits of sustainability upgrades against the short-term cost impact? And would you support higher upfront for longer-term savings? So you see basically the themes that came out there, and at the end of the document is a summary, a holistic summary. So I'll give you just a couple minutes to take a look at that. And if there's anything you wanted to highlight, or either from last night or from what you're seeing here by way of summary, certainly, if anything resonates particularly strongly with you, feel free to share that.
I think one of the biggest concerns that came through was, and I'm looking at this word here, affordability. There, like I said earlier, I do think all of these projects are a priority for the district to get done. However, the tax impact is something that is weighing on people, and I'd like to see how we can address that in the propositions that we put forward.
Yeah, I sort of heard that as well. I think people are wrestling with a lot, right? I think we have, even though we've successfully kept operational, just the data, the regular budget, not the sort of the bond budget, even though tax increases have been below 3% for the last 4 or 5 years. I think we're going to be somewhere in the threes, this year. And I think the sort of the penny is beginning to drop just through people's kind of experience in the world that we're probably going to have a reckoning in terms of tax increases just to run the schools in the coming years. I think people are kind of conscious of that. I think they're also conscious around sort of just volatility of costs. And I think we heard some of that tonight. And I don't think that's just tariffs. I don't think that's just tariff headlines. I think that's just, it's just the market.
Yes.
It's just kind of systemic increase in costs that will probably kind of surface in the numbers in the bond, but also just elsewhere in their lives. So, I think that I heard a reaction to the numbers for different property values that was, concerned. Concerned, I will say that. The other thing I just want to touch on, I'm going all over the place here, but I think even though geothermal is a small piece of the pie in terms of cost, I think there's kind of sort of lack of, there are many, many questions about that. I think the math on it is imprecise and hard to articulate and hard to pin down. I think that the math, as well as being imprecise on geothermal, also for it to work conceptually depends upon policy, depends upon tax breaks afforded by the federal government. And I think there's some kind of concern around whether those are sustainable or will be around. And then I think the third kind of issue around geothermal is there's some just information doing the rounds about its actual effectiveness and the extent to which it does save money and will save money. And then finally, just the impact it's going to have in the moment when those wells are being drilled, I think is rightfully concerning people. So geothermal, I think we should consider carving it out, making it a separate proposition, or I think that bundling it with with everything else gives me some pause, just based on what I've heard over the last few days.
I agree. I think it's from what you said. There are a lot of outstanding questions. I don't think we're at the place to say exactly what you said. What will be the cost savings? Some of the feedback last night was we should sort of separate the discussion on geothermal into two things. There's one is just the sustainability and lessening the district's carbon footprint. That's of course important, right? That's important to, I think it is important to most of us, but not being able to understand what the return is on that is a real concern, and the time horizon for the return gives people pause. Because it's not immediate, it may not, it might not be for years.
I hear a lot of that, or understand a lot of that. I guess my perspective is the numbers are imprecise because there would be a lot of work to be done to like really drill down to what it would be for our schools given a situation where you're going from, particularly for these schools that are going from largely unventilated spaces that are not having airflow multiple times an hour to upgraded to current standards where it's like 10 times an hour of the air coming through, and you're going to be spending a lot more on utilities regardless of which system you use, but with substantial operating savings on the geothermal relative to traditional systems. I think the analysis that Walt's been able to provide has been sort of without tax incentives. It's a within 10% difference over the first 25 years and substantial savings for any time beyond that because the operating costs are so much lower, and really the cost of geothermal is that upfront cost. So I view it as sort of, if we're thinking about how we support buildings that we expect to be here for another 100 years, the right thing for the district over a long term is clearly geothermal. And over the short term, it's likely break even one way or the other, with the opportunity for substantial savings if the tax breaks come through. So, on the economics, it feels like a good bet for us from my perspective, and especially if we're talking about, and I think this is still an open question, about what we're going to do with high school air conditioning. If we're not doing that and we're not doing geothermal at the high school, those are large costs. And then you're talking about a $4 million project for the 2 elementary schools to do geothermal. And you're talking about an average cost for an average house of like $35 a year. And, at that dollar level, given the opportunity to save several $million in tax incentives, it feels like the right choice from my perspective, but I understand that different people have different views on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you sort of break the projects out to their constituent parts, I think the people I've spoken to have an opinion, can easily form an opinion either way on new classrooms. They can easily form an opinion on infrastructure, they can easily form an opinion on science labs, and cafeterias. I think they're struggling to form an opinion on geothermal.
I can understand that.
Because it's complicated. And what concerns me is that if they're struggling to form an opinion on something, they're less inclined to support it. And I just want things that are supported in this bond. So that's part of my hesitation. Right.
Can I ask a question, maybe just Russ? I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm wondering, as we're talking about this, I think I know the answer, but you're the more experienced, so, and maybe Kevin as well, but I think this really goes back to a design question. So as we've said, we're at 2% design. We got 98% to go. We're talking about upgrading heating systems. My recollection from last time around is there's a lot of conversation and options that are looked at during that process. So I guess my question is, it's maybe a twofold question. Is it possible, if we were to not explicitly put geothermal in on the table now, that through that design process, if we were to find ways within the budget to do it, that we could do it? Or maybe a better question is, if we didn't include it now and we did a little bit more research and got some more answers to the questions, and then we're able to go back out to the voters in 6 months' time and say, look, we've dug deeper, we really think that this is a good option, could it then be incorporated into the design project? at a later point.
I think your second option is more viable. I don't think you're going to be able to find
Find money.
that kind of money
Right.
during a design process. It is complicated because you need to do energy modeling I'm sure Walt told you that.
Yeah.
And we can't do energy modeling until we know what we're doing, kind of. So, but you could add it back. There's also, you don't want to invest in a boiler plant and then in 5 years convert to geothermal.
Right.
That's buying a car that's going to be good for 30 years and only driving it for 5. So you want to make that decision early on. But you could do, the way this bond is going to be structured and the way the debt falls off, it's going to be a long implementation process. That escalation is built in.
Right.
So you do have some time to do some design on that part, expecting that part will be built at the back end of it, and do the energy modeling and then make a different decision.
Right, that would be my question, is you said we can't do energy modeling until after we know what we're doing, but it seems energy modeling, and because even
Well,
last.
we can't do detailed design until
Yeah.
you fund something.
Yeah, until we fund something.
That's what I mean.
Right.
So once you fund something, you can commission design. And then we can do energy modeling.
Right, I was saying I think it's almost as part of after we understand the plan and where we're headed, because I was part of the discussion last night was Huguenot Church has geothermal, right, and that was a key component for them to make that decision to do geothermal. Was energy modeling. It's hard to agree or get the community to agree to do that, to Will's point, without having that.
Understood.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
complicated. And as mentioned, because you don't have code compliant ventilation systems, we need to figure out what those loads are before we can tell you definitively what your simple or long-term payback is for that first cost of drilling the holes.
And so that's not, if we were to make a decision tonight that, yes, we're going to do, I'm just being hypothetical, Prospect Hill, geothermal, we're going to do the whole package there. That's, if I'm understanding you correctly, that's still not enough detailed information
No.
for you to then model anything.
Before you vote?
Right.
Oh, maybe
No.
Prospect,
No.
'cause you know, oh,
No.
no. 'cause
So
you
I
don't
think
know.
that's where people have a hard time.
Yes.
It's because we don't, in the other projects, right? I'm sorry, in the other projects, we could say, sort of definitely, like, it's gonna cost us 28 million, it's gonna, we know what we're getting in return. We know we're gonna get in addition, we know we're gonna get new classrooms. I think what I heard yesterday, I was at the table that actually had this question during the World Cafe, was, yeah, you were there, it's hard to quantify what this means in my pocket. Like, I'm paying for something, but I don't know what the cost savings is gonna be in 15, 20, 25 years down the road, which I understand. And it's hard for us to say, well, we've done this analysis, and this is what it looks like, because we can't do the analysis until afterwards.
The only analysis that's meaningful is energy modeling.
Right.
The rest is sort of shooting from the hip, but it's a pretty good shot because it works. It saves money more in the end game than the front game, and it's zero carbon. So those are things that are not debatable.
Right.
This is not an experimental technology. It's gonna work. We're doing it on a big scale over in Orange County. We did it at Post Road in White Plains together, Triton and KG&D. There it had less than a 20-year simple payback. But, how much do you air condition? Right now, your schools aren't air conditioned. So we're going to...
There's no way to analyze our air conditioning
We
use.
can't analyze your air conditioning use. So we're going to have to make some assumptions. But to know in detail the payback, it requires energy modeling. But will it work? Are the numbers for the wells reasonable? I think you heard Kevin say yes. So we're pretty confident in the cost, and that it will work, and that the savings is more in the distance than it is in the near time. Those are not debatable, really.
Yeah, so just to add to that, I think some of it is around sort of that, maybe that education piece or understanding the value, or, do you know, like, why does it matter, without some of that specifics, because I've also heard from community members that are on the other end, that know the value, they don't need to see the numbers. It is, do you know, like, it's a valued, exactly, long-term sustainable solution.
It's a little bit of faith involved there.
So,
and
yeah.
The sustainably minded have the faith.
Exactly. So I think, to Will's point, how do we communicate to folks that information that either will, bring them to some opinion, right, their opinion or not. And when we think about it, the whole scope of this, of everything, it's $140 million. I feel like we're spending, this is one of the smaller areas, and I don't know. I feel like the payoff and all of that, it's a smaller area. It feels almost a very significant benefit, but maybe it's a communication thing, and it's a smaller area. Like, if you did look at the tax implication for the community based next to the middle school, next to that, like, what significant difference would it have if we just said, okay, well, our community can't decide on this, so let's just not do it, or let's just put it to the side. I think we need to push through to see what type of education, what type of communication we should do to sort of engage folks maybe a little bit more around understanding the values or disvalues, like, where they can argue, why we wouldn't want to.
Also, is it out there? I know we talked about it at the last meeting, but is it out there? Is the tax implication out there for just geothermal? Like that small dollar amount? Like, I know it was up on the screen, but I'm just thinking practically, like, is it anywhere for people to see, like, oh, it's $25 more a year to do, I forget the exact number.
I don't think it's so much the dollar number. I think it's what Russ was saying, which is, I think what we're basically saying is, trust us, it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people have mixed feelings about that, candidly.
Yeah, Russ, there was one technical question that I know was floating around. I don't know if you know the answer to this. But there was a discussion about, with geothermal systems, they need to run consistently year-round. And given that schools are 10-month, basically we're up and running 10 months, but we're not heavy users in the summer and some of the schools, that it could over time have a negative effect and imbalance the system. It's my understanding of the
So
question.
your highest efficiency is when you have a balanced heating and cooling load. So that used to mean summer, but now it means April, May, September, October, you're still cooling. So you're about 4 and 4. So it works best with a balanced heating, cooling load. And I think that what we have seen regionally is schools are becoming more utilized in the summer than they used to be for lots of things. Post Road in White Plains was the first elementary school to be air conditioned. And they didn't plan to use it in the summer until it opened. And it's used all summer. So I think that you would find the similar things here, but I think with warming, you're getting you're getting closer to a balanced heating and cooling load just during the school year. And that just makes it more efficient. It doesn't mean it fails. But, literally what you're doing, and I like the phrase ground source heat pump better than geothermal, you're literally taking heat from the ground and putting it back and using it again. So as it cycles, it starts to get more efficient. And if you just use one cycle or the other, obviously it's not as efficient.
And I guess I'd just add two things to that. One, Jim and I were talking earlier today, the elementary schools actually are used a lot during the summer for different programs, summer school and the rec programs. So there actually is a lot of use that probably would have air conditioning for at least portions of the day over the summer. And then the other was, you mentioned Huguenot and the, non-scientific
That's my only example.
characterization of that, I would say, was that it's been a home run for them in terms of the experience that they've had financially using the system. And
How long ago did they put theirs in?
I think
Samantha
Kate
was
said
little.
15 years ago.
Oh, 15.
10
Oh,
years ago,
Yeah.
something like that.
Okay.
It was a little too,
Yeah. And the operating costs, again, like, they said, like, look back and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, like that it's afforded them a lot of things that they couldn't normally do because they're now realizing those savings. Yeah.
So what would we need to do, what you were saying, Dara, and also Will, what you're talking about, to explain this to the community so that they are better, so that they're more informed
Yeah.
to make a decision, because what I'm hearing, what I've heard personally is support for it, but that doesn't, we're 7 people and we're hearing, from different community members. So I agree. If someone doesn't fully understand something or they're kind of on the fence, they're going to vote no on May 20th. So what do we actually need to do if we're in support of it to communicate it so that at least if they're voting no,
It's not because they don't
understand or
opinion,
they
it's
don't
just-
really get, like, is this really a value, or, what kind of savings are we talking about? What can we do with only 2% design and without being able to do and maybe it's your second option,
Well, I was going to say a couple of things. One thing we can
Case
do, we're
studies.
going to be assembling the bond steering committee, so we
Okay.
can certainly get their input onto this. I guess the two thoughts I have is you could defer the decision and bring it to a vote at a different time, or I'm hearing kind of a mix of support from the board and trying to find that middle ground. There could be a separate proposition specifically for that.
So
If folks didn't want to give up seeing it, but also had concerns,
yeah,
that could give the community the chance to just weigh in on that.
that
Is
is
there-
my specific concern, is that I think it's valuable. I think, we could potentially get the community there, but what if we don't, and it's tied to,
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
it's tied
the
to
I don't
point.
want to
Yeah.
see geothermal and confusion around geothermal
Like
take down something
yeah,
else.
take down some of
Yeah.
the other
Right.
projects. So that, I think that is what we need to work
Yes.
through.
Yeah.
Is how will we, I don't want to give up on, I don't want to give up on sustainability and geothermal for the
Right.
schools. I just want to position these projects, the best way possible, because we have to get, in order to do them, we have to get the community to
To vote
approve
yes.
something.
Yeah.
To buy it, yeah.
Is there a way to show what our current carbon footprint is?
I'm sure there is, but it would take some analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and to, we've got from March to May to share a lot of, to educate. We don't have to answer this all tonight, but I think making wise decisions about how do we want to.
How do we put things,
What do we want to
how do we
include, how do we
package
structure
things
it?
for the,
And then we've
the
got the
bond.
marching orders about how to then work on informing the community.
Yeah, I mean, I think with that, it might be worth having a conversation about those options of if this, like this gets a yes, this doesn't get a yes, and then we need to do some
Yep.
work around informing the community. I think case studies might be really helpful, like Huguenot, or, to allow people to see what it could look like, even if we don't have hard numbers, while we're kind of doing that. But I do agree, I don't want to give up on sustainability either. But it would really be unfortunate then because there is so many folks that just don't have an opinion, that they'd rather say no, and then something else goes down with it, something else important. Or we could look at it the other way, something that's really important that people are, and it's just a small tack on, you know, like included in it.
Yeah, I sort of put myself in the shoes of someone who's in the voting booth, and we're asking a lot. We're asking for the budget. We're asking to buy a house. We're asking for the bond. You know, am I missing anything? I think those are the three primary things. An election. There's an election, apparently. So that, you know, there's a lot for people to take in, and I am just concerned that because geothermal is hard to understand, I don't really understand it myself, that I don't want to ask too much of the voter in a way that doesn't produce a positive outcome. That's it.
I think if it were, and I just have to talk it through, right? Not saying this is how we would do it, but if it were separate, then it could address some of that, right? So, right, so it wouldn't.
The voter could vote no.
Right, a voter could vote no for whatever reason they would, but not have it affect, let's say, infrastructure, which is critical, which, right, so do we need to get, so this is like a operational or procedural question, do we need to have consensus amongst us about including geothermal, like how?
So what we need is marching orders of what to prepare for a resolution for next week.
Yeah.
So to a degree,
Are you
yes.
asking, do we need to
Yes.
have consensus on what those are, like
Yeah.
what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like how it's structured?
Yeah, that's what we need
Yeah.
walking out of here tonight. And as was said eloquently earlier, we want to, it's still today.
Well, still
Well,
today.
Today, do we need
Okay.
consensus
Am I tabling this
on
policy?
how it will go, or just what we want?
How
to
it will
include?
go.
So how it's
So I guess-
structured.
Yeah,
and-
like
Yeah,
what-
so I mean, so I
if
guess
it's
that-
in
Like
multiple
package
propositions.
A,
Right,
package B,
that's
whatever.
what, I guess maybe let me pose the question of, is there consensus around having geothermal? I'm hearing that people still want to keep it on the table. Is there consensus around keeping it on as a separate proposition? Or are we still not there yet?
I mean, I would say I want to keep it in, but as a separate proposition.
Yeah,
If,
I'm a-
like, to make like a choice today, that's what I would say with today, because I'm not willing to walk away from it, but I understand that, because I value it, and I think it's important, and I, like, for the long-term health of our district and just for our planet. But I understand that there's a lot of confusion and conflicted feelings. I've heard a lot of conflicted feelings around, like, you know, even people who are really supportive of it, like, feel conflicted with, you know, not fully, truly understanding the impact to the district, and then maybe and paying for that, not understanding, like, how much savings they're going to see. So I do think it's like it's a confusing thing to think about.
This might be a question for you all then too. Like, let's just say we separate it and it doesn't go through. Doing the AC and all the other things, does it set us up for maybe the community's just not ready, but maybe they'll be ready, you know, like
Yeah,
down
we'll
the
do it again.
road, I
Yeah.
guess. What
Well,
would be
if you don't do
what would that look-
geothermal, we're going to be buying condensing units and boilers. So you're not going to have geothermal
Right.
until that equipment is done.
So this is a once now or forever hold it for 20 years?
For the life of the heating plant and the cooling plant would be your next opportunity from a responsible economic.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, and that's about
way-
20 years.
way of
Is
doing
that-
it.
Well, 2025, I mean, the last boilers have lasted, the last boilers have lasted how many?
Yeah,
Like
25,
20,
30
25 years.
Okay, so this is,
30 years maybe.
that might
It's a
change
20,
my
25-year
perspective.
decision.
Yeah,
Right.
that's it.
So
I think the idea of making it a separate proposition, frankly, just as an observer of bonds, is your decision. Seems pretty sensible.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't mean it can't pass, right?
Right.
But it's actually acknowledging
Yeah, we would try
the
to get
mixed
all the
feelings in
inform-
the community.
Yeah, and get as much information.
And there's time, right,
To-
between, like we said,
yeah.
We've
between
got time,
March
but I
and
do
May.
think it's really, I mean, we'll talk about this too, like, I've heard a lot, I didn't know this was happening, I didn't know what's happening, I don't, you know, like, so I think we're gonna have to really make a very good plan to outreach, educate folks, so they can make a decision and understand that if they don't vote yes, then 25 years later is the
Right,
next
next
opportunity to do this, so I think that
And we
that's
can
just-
help you with the education piece.
Yeah.
And the case studies, there's You know, the Putnam Valley School District, I'm sure Walt's told you, has had geothermal for like 30 years.
Okay.
It's not new there. It's not, you know, there has been some bad press about systems. They're mostly open loop systems, and we're not proposing that. Closed loop, very reliable, been in use in Europe for 50 years now, so.
And there hasn't been much change to those systems, like, it's not like.
They've gotten
big
better and
intervention.
better as the heat exchangers have gotten better.
Can you, what is the difference between the closed loop and open loop? Just, if it could be done quickly. I'm sure there's.
Really?
Open loop actually,
What we need to do tonight.
open loop actually uses the groundwater.
Okay.
But we're not
So-
allowed to use it.
So it takes water from your aquifer and uses that and rejects other water. Closed loop just uses the temperature to change the water in the closed loop. Has zero impact on groundwater. Open loop has been very successful and has been in use, but if people are on wells or concerned about aquifer pollution, it's risky.
I thought that Walter had said something last night about it potentially not being an option for school districts, but I could be misremembering that.
I can't imagine that it would be.
Right, okay. So, final thoughts on this?
Yeah, no, I guess I was just going to say, personally, I would have liked to have seen geothermal just as part of the package of infrastructure projects that we were talking about lumped together, because I think it's just part of the right way to do the heating and cooling systems. But I could be comfortable with doing it as a separate proposal, which I think seems to be where most people are.
And I do understand where you're coming from, because it fits in with the AC, right?
It fits in with the AC, it fits in with, you know, the strategic views around, strategic plan, goals around economic and environmental sustainability. It sort of checks some boxes for us, but I understand.
I think we just need to do better education. And you said it, why a
that-
vote for it
Better
may be
understanding.
beneficial
It will
if,
put more on us probably to get the yes.
Yeah.
I think that's just what this does.
I
right?
agree,
So
Sid. I
still-
would want to see it. But we need it.
Yeah.
To have it, we need the community to vote yes. And so if having it separate makes that more likely, then I'm okay with that.
I just think right now, people look at numbers and they just get afraid, because there's a
Yeah.
lot. Like, yeah, like Will was saying, there's, you know, the House has come up. It's a great opportunity. It's something we can't walk away from because of the location. We have our budget, which we understand, given the parameters and the concerns in the economy today. We're trying our best. I think we've done a good job at holding things steady. And then this is the time, because there's never a good time, as Will had stated before, at some other point, like, there's just never a good time. But this is the time to look at our infrastructure. We can't delay that any further. And while we're doing that, this is the right time to also look at how we combine some things that needed to be done for the district, and this is the right time to do that addition to Siwanoy and address that fully.
And the
And the high
thing with, oh, sorry, I was going to say, when you mentioned the infrastructure, I think part of the communication also that we need to put out there is that if something is coming to the end of its useful life, we're a school district that does not operate like a house, you know, and if it breaks, it doesn't mean we can just buy a new one tomorrow, right? We need to look many years out, and that's why we have to make these decisions today. And I think for the community, that's not always clear. It always, you know, and I can understand that, you know, you look and see, why are the roof looks fine, or is it leaking? You know, or, you know, whatever questions we might get. But we have to plan for things that I think, unless you sit here and you look at all the intricacies of what it takes to actually put something new in, the average community member they're busy. So they're unaware of that detail. So I think that's part of the education is actually putting that out there, saying, here's why, yes, these are not, I forget, in the building condition survey, it was at level 1 that was like.
The middle school roof was
it's a
not
priority
yeah, it's a priority 3.
Priority 3.
That was that was kind of the questions
Yeah.
that I was
Priority
getting
3
about.
means like nearing in the end of its useful life.
Right, and
Age-
so.
age-related,
And thankfully,
age-related.
there were no ones, which meant.
Exactly,
that
right.
things
So like
were
the ones I
incom-
think
this-
people understand, we're
yeah.
like, oh, it's a fire hazard, yes, we have to do that. But the 3s, the 2s, are the 2s in there? I forget if we had,
Yeah.
but
We had one.
let's say, with like the middle school roof, it would be irresponsible of us as a board to not be paying attention to these things and to make decisions today about them. And I know it doesn't work that way. You know, like I could look at my house and say like, yeah, I've lived in my house for 17 years. I've not touched that roof. It's probably way past its lifetime, but I don't have any leaks, so I'm going to leave it alone. We can't do that as a school board. That's irresponsible. I believe that would be irresponsible of us.
We can't be reactive.
React, right, and we're also not planning just for the next few years. I mean, we're.
Yeah, we're 3 to 5 years before any of this
Right.
work is completed.
When I think a
that
good
and-
example of
and
that.
also like longer term than that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anne Marie,
yes.
a good example that we could use as, to your point, for like an education piece is the HVAC unit that like took,
Failed
that-
at middle school.
yeah, and then, we just had the flood and then trying to replace a unit on the roof, right? And that took years, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it took 3 years to replace a unit that failed, or you knew it was failing? 2 years.
2 years.
Right, and so that would be a good educational
Yeah.
piece.
If I can kind of bring us back around to
Yeah.
the decision points.
Yeah.
I'm good
Because I
with-
think we're all message very well received. The communication is absolutely critical. I think
But
we need to come to
Yeah.
a consensus
Tonight-
on what we're going to be communicating.
Yeah.
To wrap things up. So I know, Jackie, you had presented the idea back at the opening about 2 propositions. That was before we talked about geothermal. I think it's
Yes.
separate.
I think I said 2 to 3. It's
2 to,
ideally
okay,
2.
all right, so we did. So I guess I'm going to ask, do you have a starting point for us of what you would like us to react to?
I have, and for the first one, and this is, again, this is not my take on priority. I think everything is a priority. I'm trying to be mindful of the tax impact and what can, and what may ultimately be able to pass with the community, because I don't know who I can ask this question to, but in recent bonds, have bonds of this size passed, or,
Have you been seeing
like,
bonds?
what have you been?
Tax
yeah.
neutral, tax
Yeah,
additive?
what have you been
Just
seeing?
very quickly, what
Just
are
very
you trends are
quickly,
you
to-
seeing right now?
To sort of set this,
Three
very
bullet
quickly, to
points.
set the stage.
So the trend has been for most of the major bonds, and I'll say anything over $50 million, tend to be tax neutral.
Right.
So,
mean,
and
and
there
that
are other
makes se- it
benefits
makes
too. Like,
sense.
there are a lot of school districts in BOCES districts that have gone out for bonds in the past year or two that are, I can give you some examples if you like. Ossining had a $210 million bond that passed.
Mm-hmm.
Tax
That one
neutral.
was tax neutral.
Tax neutral, that's like the, I think that's kind of the key part.
Arlington had a $143 million bond pass. I think 2/3 of that was tax neutral. I don't know how BOCES kind of works into that, because I know you have a big Orange Ulster BOCES program, but there are large bonds that are out there,
Okay,
but very, very large chunks of it is tax neutral,
yeah.
shifting general capital reserve costs and things like that.
Okay.
So we have some of that.
Ardsley did a big one
Yeah.
too, right?
Ardsley
Like a
just did
couple
one,
years ago, a few years
Edgemont
ago.
just did one and passed. Those were also tax neutral.
Tax neutral. Okay,
And I
so,
think both of those were around 59 million.
so
So giving just what, a starting point for the first one, I don't, for our first proposition, I think it should be somewhere, what does almost tax neutral look like? I don't think we can, so I'm just going to say, I think the infrastructure, right? And then Siwanoy, plus AC for the elementary schools
In the first one.
in the first one. That's what I'm throwing out.
And that's tax neutral-ish,
It's
right?
not, it's tax
So,
neutral-ish.
Yeah, so
It's
we're
not-
tax neutral up to 65. I'm doing the quick math on that. That's obviously over that. What
And you
is
said
that?
AC for the
Eight,
elementaries.
60,
AC for the
70.
elementaries.
Jim, did I do my, is that 96-ish? 96, I'm doing it in big
And then
round
we're
numbers.
ish.
Yeah.
54 million plus 28, and that's actually not even, we have to contemplate whether we want to put, we'll round it up to 30, 54, so that's 80, 94.5.
That's not
94.5.
tax neutral.
No, but
65
65 is
neutral.
tax
Tax.
neutral.
Yes, so the
it's really
percentage of
30.
the-
You're
yes.
talking about an increase of 30 million
Yeah, yes,
that is additive.
right.
And Jim, I don't know, through the magic of Excel, if you
Right,
happen to have
don't you have a
something of that
calculator
scale.
there?
What is the formula on that?
Because, right, so this would be over 50% tax.
Correct.
Yeah, tax
65 out of
neutral.
95.
So again, I guess I can share, if you look at something like, again, the infrastructure, elementary air conditioning, is that what we're hearing?
Yes.
Yep.
$14.4 million. 28 at Siwanoy,
Plus 2.
and I don't have the +2, but
But you
Tara.
I've got the
maybe
district offices in there, which
There you
I just, which
Yeah.
are not being contemplated, but I'll
Right,
use
include
the
that
dollar
in there.
amount as a place.
That brought us to about 97.8 million.
Okay,
On the average assessed property, 1,189,000. That's an estimated impact of about $335.
What was that?
$335.
$335.
So we're above neutral, so that's the,
Right.
but
But
it's
$335 annual,
yes.
once it's fully.
Starting
It's
in
not
2029.
335 growing each year, it's 335.
Total, max.
Right, that's what you would see the increase.
That's
On
on
an
the
average,
That's the
an
m-
average
the m-
assessed home of
middle.
1,189,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just under 1.2, yeah.
You said 380.
335.
335.
335.
But then that's not including anything for the high school.
That's right.
Yep.
Which I think should be split out. My sense is that we have to split even though I think they're both high priority, that we have to split the two major projects into two propositions.
And I think the way to look at it, in a way, because people are concerned about the dollars amount, is what could be tax neutral-ish.
Yeah.
And what is additive to, and while I would love for both of them to be considered tax neutral, unfortunately, they're
They're
not.
not.
But I do agree that both of them are of equal importance.
Can I add one more piece too? And I'm sorry if this is what you were going to add.
That's okay.
I know that there's some folks that would say maybe separate out infrastructure from Siwanoy from the high school. If we're not going to be approved for any kind of work at Siwanoy without
can't do
ADA
infrastructure.
being done, meaning we
sorry.
can't just do infrastructure.
Yeah.
If we just passed infrastructure alone, we would not be able to do any of that work or consider air conditioning, fully air conditioning at Siwanoy because we hadn't done the ADA work. So
Yeah,
I
my
think
group
there's
talked
a,
That's why
there's a
I'm tying-
logic to having to pair them just from like a logistical approval.
Right, so if we did it the other
perspective.
way, and it was infrastructure and the high school,
Correct.
we would, and
Still can't.
then Siwanoy as a separate proposition didn't pass.
Right.
We could not do the
Correct.
infrastructure at
Siwanoy.
Siwanoy.
Yes.
So just to kind of take back
Say
what
it
I said
differently.
earlier. No,
Oh.
I think I said there was an option that's of tax neutral-ish, but it sounds like there isn't, actually.
No,
Okay.
I thought, yeah,
Understood.
I thought maybe
I thought there may have been,
there
but
might have been, but maybe without.
Without the
Without the air
ACs.
conditioning.
I think it was without the AC.
Yeah, if you take the air conditioning off, that's a reduced 14.4, you're down to about 80 million,
That's tax neutral-ish.
which is, yeah, it's
Right.
still ish.
Ish.
Yeah.
Smaller amount,
Again,
150 a month. I
Using
mean, a
the
year.
same mix, infrastructure, Siwanoy, and then we'll keep it district offices, assuming that one, two.
Yeah,
would-
for the two,
yeah.
just the
Again, the
placeholder.
average assessed $133 addition to their,
That's infrastructure and Siwanoy, no AC,
no AC.
no AC for the elementary.
Right.
I think the only tax neutral option is if we just did, which we
You're 65
won't work
million.
without doing Siwanoy, but is
Right.
infrastructure,
Right.
right? But we can't do,
But we
that
have to do
means,
Siwanoy. I mean, we can, like.
We could
the
do
only tax
infrastructure
neutral
everywhere
offer
except
is
Siwanoy.
Siwanoy, actually.
say it
By
again?
itself.
Like, you could
will be
flip
less
it.
than-
You have, like, Siwanoy has to come first because it's the ADA compliant. We won't get any, we couldn't do the infrastructure without Siwanoy, so
Well,
you
we
could
could do
flop it
infrastructure
and say.
every-
to the
everywhere
districts,
else,
but
but
not
not
Siwanoy.
Siwanoy.
Right.
But why, that makes no sense.
Right.
Right, like, so, like, I
Right.
just want to be clear about what we're talking about. Like, it's not like we can't do then infrastructure at like out at the other schools. It's that then Siwanoy doesn't get anything. And from, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there might be a way that you could mix it up and do Siwanoy and just heating plants.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
that's
not
true.
do windows, not do
Yes.
roofs.
Yes,
like,
yes, yes.
That
Yeah.
would be tax neutral, but it doesn't really work for, like, Prospect needs a new roof.
Right.
Right.
So like,
The infrastructure
the
is like,
the needs
yeah.
don't match up to the 65.
Yes.
Right.
So the question is, do you even want to make the first proposition lower by taking out air conditioning and putting the elementary air conditioning and putting that in to the second? But I think I think elementary air conditioning is something that
Broad support.
It was a
many
top
of
priority.
us are
You could-
are behind.
You could put air conditioning and geothermal together as a proposal because you can only do geothermal if you're doing air conditioning also, so there's some logic to that. I don't know if
Yeah,
people think that that's better than just including it with the Siwanoy and the infrastructure in the first place. I don't have a strong feeling one way or
Yeah.
the other on that. But if you wanted to give a proposal that's basically tax neutral or very close
You
to
would
it,
take
you could do
AC
that
out.
and put AC as a separate. I don't think it makes sense to have 4 proposals.
No,
No,
No, definitely not four.
I agree.
yeah.
No, but that's an interesting idea, to put the AC and the geo
With
together.
geothermal.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
It is interesting. Okay, so,
Dr. Chambers, you were going to say something?
I was, and I don't want to muddy the waters,
I know what you're going to say.
because it's already, I think we're close to some decisions, but, and this is not a guarantee, and I guess that's why I hate to throw it out there, but I know that we've had conversations with Senator Fernandez, and she's
Yeah.
working on trying to get us some funding to help support air conditioning.
Yeah.
We just will not know if that's going to happen until after the budget is set, which is after we have to make our priorities. So, one thing I did ask her is if she is able to deliver it, if she could potentially get it in the way that has flexibility. So, if we do,
Elementary.
yeah, if we do go ahead and include elementary air conditioning in this proposition, and not in the high school proposition, that we could then, if she is fortunate enough to be able to come through with funding, then use that to then fully air condition the high school. or
Then
extend
it
that into
becomes
other
tax
projects.
neutral.
Right, right. It definitely adds to that.
It adds to
so,
it.
Yeah. So.
And that's with keeping elementary AC in the first proposition, or having it with geothermal as a separate one?
Yeah, how is that the tax?
I think it
I was-
wouldn't
Either one.
It
matter.
doesn't
either
matter.
It
way
wouldn't
for
matter.
that
Yeah.
purpose, yeah.
It just, what I don't think we can do is take AC out altogether,
Yeah, I
counting
agree.
on a
Correct, on
grant.
grant
Right.
It'll be
funding.
great,
Have to be
it'll
right.
it'd
I
be
mean,
great when we
and
get.
I will
when
remind
the
us that we
district-
got grant funding for security cameras.
Like
Jim, was that
years
3
and
years
years.
ago?
We're still,
Yeah.
we're still
2 years
waiting.
ago,
we still-
which we're still waiting on. And that, in Jim's office been doing everything.
That's just how it works.
It's a
yeah.
process.
It's a process.
Yeah.
So it's out there. It would be it's a wonderful thing, and we're
Yeah, it's
hoping
great, and
that
we're happy
she's
that-
really
yeah.
advocating for us.
Yeah.
But until we
Yeah.
see that, we can't really count on it.
Right, but if it did come through and we were able to do AC in the elementaries through the bond, and then that grant came through, we would be able to do the high school.
Correct. Yep.
And then still consider, let's say we did elementary AC with geothermal, it passed, then when it comes to the high school, let's say that grant money came through, revisit geothermal then?
At the high school?
Yeah.
I mean, we could,
I think it would depend on time, from a timeline perspective,
At
because
least
we
we
said
have AC.
earlier, there's,
Oh, because
There would be an
because we would
impact
have
on
to
the
do the
design.
It'd be down the
infrastructure
road
here,
with the-
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
with the heating.
Okay.
Okay, so
so I think we have to come to consensus around where we're at.
for the first,
Yeah.
for the first
I think,
proposition.
is there consensus around infrastructure in Siwanoy in the first? I guess maybe that's the simplest
Yes.
question.
Yeah, I think we
Yes.
should bundle AC in there.
Okay.
Elementary AC.
That'll be the next question. Do we want to, is there consensus around putting AC there? Or is there more interest in putting AC separately with geothermal?
I think tactically, I prefer to have AC in with infrastructure in Siwanoy, because in my experience, it's universally popular, and you're just going to get more people to vote for the other important stuff in that,
Right.
in that proposition.
Okay, and then how about the high school?
Well, one thing at a time.
No, but I'm just, okay,
Are we
but,
good?
okay.
Can we look at it as, yeah, I mean, okay.
Because I don't know if I can say yes yet to that without the strategy around the high school. Like, how are we what would that proposition include? And is it if this passes, this has to pass?
Personally, I think it has to be an if this, then that for Prop 2, because if we're agreed that infrastructure is the absolute most important thing,
Mhm.
the last thing we'd want to be in is a position where the high school passed and the
And the
infrastructure didn't pass.
infrastructure,
Right,
Yes.
right.
So I think that one would have to be
Okay.
for splitting up. What was the question about the high school that you were looking for clarity
Well,
on?
that would be the second proposition, right?
Right.
Which
In
is,
this scenario.
which would include the addition
Right,
Oh,
and the renovations and anything else in there?
that's the question. I mean, if we plan for air conditioning with with the elementary Prop 1,
Yeah.
and then we hold out hope that Senator Fernandez will come through with money that could give us air conditioning for the high school.
Yeah, I would,
I'm not gonna, yeah.
my recommendation is we focus on the AC. My recommendation is we focus on
Sorry.
the AC for the elementary schools, because that seems really critical somewhere, whether it's with Geo or not. I think that will be for discussion. And then we really want, I think we really want the high school to go through, and if we throw on the AC, it just might be too much for
It's
folks.
expensive, yeah.
It just might be too much for folks.
Yeah.
That's
Especially
that's my
given that
thought.
70 or 75% of the classrooms in the high school are
Or
already
already
air-conditioned.
have air conditioning.
Yeah.
Does the house purchase, we can take out the tech room?
The district, yeah, the tech room renovation, I think we can take that out.
1.2 million, right?
Yeah.
That's 1.2
Right.
million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Or leave it in
Right.
for
I-
escalation?
so I think the AC conversation is a little.
So now we're down to AC and geothermal.
Right,
Where do
but
they
it's-
go?
but
Yeah, like, are
that-
they
but that's-
separate or are
yeah,
they?
But that's
yeah,
the,
together?
where I struggle, because I would love to see the AC fit with infrastructure, because we're talking about heating, cooling units. That just makes sense. But then it also makes sense to put it with geothermal, because it is. So that's where I'm personally conflicted. Where does the AC go? I do think it's something the community has been behind us. I do think it's a shame. You know, I do know we have beautiful old buildings, but the reality is, we need heating and cooling mechanisms to make sure the kids are comfortable, and the teachers and everyone who uses our buildings. And yes, school doesn't happen during the summer, but it's hot in September, and it's hot in October, and May, and June, and we know, because of New York State, we go all the way up through the end of June, mostly, all of our school years. So we do have to have a plan.
Yeah.
And while we are putting in window units,
Yeah.
that's not necessarily
It's not a long-term
the
plan.
long-term plan that we
Yeah.
should have.
Yeah.
So conflicted just where it should go, totally supportive of, we have to have it.
So, do we want to try a fist to five? It worked for strategic planning. I mean, I think.
Can we say out loud, what are the different
Yeah.
options we're thinking
So,
of?
all right, so we're saying right now, Proposition A, infrastructure and Siwanoy. Let's stop there for a moment. Are we agreed on that piece?
Yes, at least.
Yes?
Fine,
Fives?
Oh, that's a
Okay.
5. Yeah.
fine.
All right, so then Proposition 2, high school. Yes. Okay, good. High school air conditioning. Is that going to go in,
So
or is that
was
going to wait for?
14 million, or how
That's
much?
Yes, it's
15.5.
15.
Okay, so that's a hard sell.
Yeah.
It is, and we have the potential of Senator Fernandez, and we have 75%.
Air
classroom
conditioned
coverage right
already.
now.
So it
And-
seems like,
So.
Right, and our.
And
on our
geothermal would
new-
be another 6 or 7, I think.
But
Correct.
our
So-
new units that are being installed will have the ability to handle the load of AC if that comes later.
or,
The new, like
Yes.
redoing the boilers, we'll have the ability to take on the load if we don't vote for AC today, but then we have a grant and we could,
Is it's a question really for Russ. If we approve hydronic upgrades
Yeah,
to the high
whatever-
school systems, and then at a later date, we get the funding for air conditioning.
Yeah, that works.
that's
Okay.
Thank
fine.
you.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
do that. You just can't do boilers and geothermal.
Separate.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you
so
for that
then
clarification.
Leaving high school air conditioning out of Proposition B.
yes,
Yes.
I'm comfortable with that.
Good?
5,
Okay, all right, at least a 4, okay. So then it's the question of air conditioning paired with geothermal.
But air conditioning for
For
the elementary
Yeah,
school?
Thank you.
elementary.
Thank you.
Schools
Yes,
only.
air conditioning paired with geothermal for the 2 elementary schools that it might be viable.
Or do we
So
put
the
it in,
question
or
is,
do
should
we
it
put it
be-
in the first
right,
proposition?
on the first proposition or on the
That's my-
last proposition?
Right, so we got either parent, yeah, either, you're right, I don't think there's a suggestion for geothermal in Proposition A.
No,
No.
I was just talking about
Correct.
elementary ed.
Okay, so it's either A, B as discussed with, yeah, geothermal as its own
I'm
and
gonna put that
AC in
here.
Prop A,
Mhm.
or AC and geothermal together.
So there's
separate.
3 is what we have. We have infrastructure Siwanoy,
It's
high
still
school,
three.
and
Still
geothermal.
three.
And
It's
now
still
we have
three.
to figure out where
Where air
elementary
conditioning
AC goes.
Right. So let's just get a
And-
pulse check.
And 1 or 3?
If, yes, so thoughts on, or fist of 5, if it, for whether it should, for it going in the elementary Proposition A.
I'm like, yeah.
Tough one. Okay. There, we got to weigh in.
I have to weigh in?
Yep.
You better put your fingers out.
3 is I can live with it. 2 is.
1 or 2, you
is
can't
I
live
have
with
fr-
it. Yeah.
I have some concerns
0
and
to 5.
Yeah.
can't
How you voted?
commit to it.
Or not a vote, but.
Oh, I'm kind of a,
So,
I'm kind of a 2. All right, and this is, repeat the question.
This is for having
Elementary AC and.
AC.
A.
elementary air conditioning in Proposition A.
A, and 3 is I can live with it, and 2 is,
Anything below a 3.
I can't get behind
You can't
it.
get
I
behind
need-
it.
And anything above
1 is a
3
complete non-starter.
completely-
2
yeah.
is I have concerns. 3 is I can live with it.
4 and 5 years.
So I guess I would be a 2 because I'd like to see what the vote would be if we were asking the other question.
I'll ask the other question next.
Okay. So like I'm a 3, I could live with A, but I think it would be better if we did it as part of the geothermal. And I don't know.
The
where
reason,
other
can I
people
make
are.
a pitch against that?
Yeah.
I think we've agreed that it's going to be difficult potentially to educate people on geothermal, and I think there are very mixed opinions about it. And, you know, similar to what we were discussing earlier, I don't want something popular and important to fail, like AC, because it's brought down by geothermal.
See, I
I'm
think
gonna,
that
can I-
overstates the perspectives of the community on those 2 issues. But I think that the people who are most likely to care about air conditioning, a lot of them are the same people who are going to care about geothermal, and the people who are not interested in spending more than we have to are going to be against both of them. So I think it sort of aligns the 2 in a different way. But I understand your perspective.
I'm sort of in that camp where I feel like if it is connected. It makes sense to be connected. This is, like what we are talking about as a whole. And I think it just makes it, again, the stepchild. Like if we really say we're committed to sustainability and educating the community and doing that, I think that this sort of is that decision to really be committed to, to really giving this a go, to see if we can get the community behind it. From my perspective, if you take it away, you're almost saying, toss it out. It's going to be an easy no. Like people won't maybe get educated. They won't think of it as
You mean if we take it
so I
out
have-
of geothermal?
if you take the AC out of geothermal, to me, it's almost like
Giving
tossing
up
it
on
out. It's just
geothermal.
tossing it out as a side note, and it won't be taken seriously.
But I,
as
But
a-
I don't like forcing people to take geothermal that they may not agree with, because if you don't get AC.
So this is one where I actually think AC, if I had to prioritize, AC at the elementary school may very well keep schools open when they would have ordinarily have to close because of the new law due to, with temperature. School's not going to close if we don't have geothermal, so I.
But what about window units? Would that solve against that?
It
Well,
would,
yeah,
it
those
would
are-
just be
yeah.
the
That's
most
our plan
ineffic-
for the next few years.
Yeah, that is our
Yeah.
plan for the
Yeah,
next
So
few
they
yeah.
won't
years.
There will
close,
be
so we do
windows.
have a plan B
Yeah.
for that.
It's the
They won't
most
close.
inefficient approach.
It's agreed,
That's-
100%,
that's
but they
true.
won't close, so,
Yeah.
you know.
That's true. But the window units, long-term,
Terrible suggestion, yes.
yeah.
It's not sustainable.
It's not
This is-
sustainable, it's noisy,
It's
you know,
too disruptive to
yeah,
learning,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
it's not gonna, if we
So-
have new AC, whatever, it's like,
So let me ask the other question then. We said we'd ask it, what is the fist to five on pairing AC and geothermal? I don't get a vote, so I'm gonna stay out of it. So then the question is, what would it
Maybe I'd
take
go for it, but I can
to-
try.
What would it take to
It's kind of a binary
Get you-
thing. I mean, I don't think you should force people to swallow geothermal because they want AC. I think you should force people to swallow ADA compliance, absolutely. But I don't think you should force people to swallow something that I've just heard a lot of opinions about from people who have absolutely no horse in the race. They're just very kind of doubtful about it. So, and it's like, oh, the burden's on us to educate people on geothermal over the next however many days. What if we don't? Then you don't get AC in the elementary schools.
school. Yeah, you're with window units.
You know?
You can always have another vote.
Yeah, and I don't think, I feel like forcing feels very, I think they'll have a vote. They'll have an opportunity to learn and educate and make their vote. Nothing's being forced to anybody. This is the community vote. But it is a sustainable approach. AC and geothermal are, this is a sustainable approach. We do have AC. You can put in the units. School will continue. There's no forcing of,
It's only
I don't see it that way.
the upper floors that are,
Yeah, it'll only be the upper floors is all that's
Yeah.
air conditioned,
Yeah.
will be air conditioned as of the spring.
I mean, that should do a lot.
So
In terms of-
maybe I'll
it's
make-
it's definitely not a great
Maybe I'll make a
decision.
suggestion, especially given the hour. What if Jim and I go back and do the work that we need to do? And sorry, Jim, this is gonna be double work, but it's work. What if we go back and prepare two different resolutions, or sets of resolutions, one with it in option A, and geothermal on its own, another one with it air conditioning not in A, but air conditioning paired with geothermal. We take the week to get feedback, we take the week to do some more research. We
Yeah.
come back, and we come back to this conversation at the start of the meeting.
We're not far off.
Next
We're not
time.
I
far
love
off.
that. I
We're
love
not
that.
far
That's
off.
a great idea.
Yeah.
And then we've got both options on the table, and we can still move forward.
Can we
I'm a
have the
5 on
tax?
that.
Five on that.
I got a 5 on
We'll
that
give it a
too.
5.
Can we get also that tax impact on just each of those?
Yes,
So
that
we
will
can
enable us
see
to give you the exact tax
Yeah,
impacts for
yeah.
both options.
Yeah.
For all the different propositions.
different
And I would say, I know we already kind of said Prop B should be, if you can only get Prop B if Prop A passes.
Mm-hmm.
I would also contend that if we do a third prop, which it sounds like we are, that should also be connected to
the first
At
one.
least to opt to Prop
Yes.
A, where our infrastructure
I
is.
agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
think about that. And if you need it, if we want it connected to B as well, that might be maybe strategically.
I
wise.
know.
I don't know,
Yeah.
I mean, we'll.
The infrastructure,
we're
I
gonna
think, is the
about it.
agreed upon critical.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right, so, good work. We've got
I'm
clear
like, all right.
directions. We got a week to think about it.
You're like, we're out of here.
You know, and maybe, I don't know, Alex, if you and I throw together a survey or something, just maybe we can strategize about just another way to get one more last piece of feedback.
Not for long.
I know, we don't have a lot of spare time. We'll talk. Okay, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Please go home.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate everything. No, I think we're good. Thank you you spoke to us before about secrets, so I think you're cleared. Free to go home. Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
We
Oh,
gotta do the secret.
Okay,
And I'm gonna give a quick thank you to the board for,
yes.
for getting through that.
Yeah, no, this is not easy, and it's important conversation.
And I think it needs to be said too that I think the 7 of us are doing a very good job. Pat ourselves on
Thanks,
the back.
Catherine.
I mean,
See, I
I
started
see
it,
us
I
really
thanked us.
trying, and I want to say this out loud because I see us really trying to take in all of the information we're getting from the community to try to like steer this ship in the direction that the community wants. And so we are continuing to ask for feedback. We're continuing to ask for people to tell us their thoughts and views on what is going on because it makes it better. It makes the conversation better. It makes it easier for us to understand what the community wants to see so that when we have conversations like this, we know what, how to structure things, what the community wants, and like what's going to be the most valuable, for everybody. And so I do want to say, like, we're doing a really good job, I think, trying to do that and taking feedback from the administrators and the faculty and the community and merging all of that together to try to come up with something that the community can get behind. Because the district needs this. Like, this is about the future and our ability to educate our kids, which is important. So thank you to everybody on the board for all of that.
And I'll just add too, Will and I agree that a good, healthy debate only makes the end stronger. So I'm glad that
Yeah, Will loves
we're able to have that. 'Cause
It's written all over his face on my
Okay, so let's plow through some quick business and,
Quick business. Wait, no.
well, big business, important business, but we'll be streamlined about
Yeah.
it. How's that?
efficient, we'll be efficient.
So am I going back to the secret to 5.1?
Yeah, 5.1, and I would say you could do 5.1 through 5.3. No, I'm sorry, excuse me,
No.
No, we needed to just make a change on 5.3.
Right, so I'll do,
So 1 and 2 can be done together.
okay.
Hang on, so, but 5.2, which is the house.
5.1 and 5.2 are the house. So
Um,
5.1 is Secra for the house.
Yeah, we can just do
And
them
5.2,
Yeah.
we can do them separate, but
separate.
I think I would take them as a consent and when we talk about each of them.
But because aren't we going to have a conversation around whether we're bonding for the house or buying
yeah.
from reserves?
Yes, we
Why
are.
don't you just do them separately?
We'll do it separate. Do I have a motion to approve Secra Type 2 resolution?
So moved.
So,
I second.
Hands, please, so Valerie can,
Microphones,
Sid
hands,
and-
everything.
And Derek.
Okay, so this is the Secra for the house purchase, which which was defined as type 2, having no environmental impact,
correct. And this is designating us as lead agency on this.
and
process.
designating us as
Yep.
lead agency. Okay? Wait, Natalie's not here, but that's okay. Any comments or questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, and let me clarify my comments on that. We're determining that the proposed project being type 2, that no further environmental review is needed.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve a resolution authorizing superintendent to enter into a contract?
So
Oh, I
moved.
think I signed
I
I
second.
think we're both in there. Yeah, we're both listed in there.
it. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Right, but this doesn't determine how we pay for it, right?
Correct. So
Okay.
all
No,
this
but we can talk
resolution
about
is
that.
this is authorizing either Jackie or myself to actually sign the contract of purchase on the home, which the board has that for review.
Yes. Now, okay, Natalie.
One thing
Should I read this?
sure.
Wait, all right, do you have a comment?
No, I was just going to clarify what was in it, but if you're going to read it, it will clarify it.
Okay. I'll read it, okay? Here's the resolution. Whereas the Board of Education of the Pelham Union Free School District, the board is considering seeking voter approval to purchase a parcel of real property improved with a single-family home located at 29 Franklin Place, Pelham, New York, and making interior office renovations to the home on the property that will allow it to be used for administrative offices. And now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby authorizes the superintendent of schools to negotiate in consultation with the district's legal counsel a contract for the purchase of the parcel of real property improved with a single-family home located at 29 Franklin Place, Pelham, New York, at a price not to exceed $1,450,000, which contract is contingent on the school district voters authorizing the purchase, and the board authorizes and empowers the president of the board and the superintendent of schools individually and independently to execute the negotiated contract of sale, and be it further resolved that the school district is authorized to pay to the property sellers and/or their attorney a deposit of no more than 10% of the purchase price once the contract is fully executed, and the contract of sale will require at least half of this deposit to be refunded to the school district if the voters do not approve the purchase. And be it further resolved that the president of the board and superintendent of schools are hereby authorized independently and separately to execute any other documents and take any other actions necessary to effectuate the purpose of this resolution. Should have just said what was in there. But it's good for everyone to hear.
Yeah. Yep. And I think just a key point on this is to remember that the house value, the purchase price is the $1,450,000. There is an additional $400,000 that we're seeking permission to spend for renovations.
Okay. Any comments, questions? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
None
Did we have
opposed?
did we have a motion? Okay, sorry, we got to
Oh.
retake a motion.
Oh, didn't we have,
So moved.
I second.
didn't I didn't do the motion before?
I think I might have cut you off.
You cut me off?
Yeah,
Okay.
All right, now you have two motions.
I read
All right.
it. Okay.
Are we voting now?
Wait, we have a motion?
Yep,
Okay.
Sid, and then Dara.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much to the
Thank you.
Bashangs.
Yes,
for
thank you.
for approaching us and for being willing to, understanding the value of what this could mean to the school district.
Okay. So that's everything with respect to the house.
One more
No.
item, and this has to do with the funding and the
Oh, yes.
proposition that needs to be presented to the voters for the house.
Oh, that's right, 5.3. Should I
And so,
do the motion and then we talk about
sorry
it?
to interrupt. There was a proposed resolution. I'm going to propose an amendment.
Okay,
to-
so we're
or
on five-
restatement of
5.3?
that
Yes, we have a
resolution.
revision. Yeah, so do
Okay.
I have a motion to approve an amended resolution, right?
That's how we do?
Is that how we do it?
Okay. Yes, we're getting a nod from the district clerk.
Okay, an amended resolution authorizing what?
I think the proposal is,
it
Jim,
is.
feel free to jump in, but I think the proposal is that the funding source, instead of being a bond, would be out of existing fund reserves.
Yes, I didn't realize, I didn't know.
Existing fund
I didn't know
balance,
if we
sorry.
had the actual language, sorry.
Yeah. Authorizing a vote. So the amended motion would be to approve resolution authorizing a vote on the purchase of real property.
So, Madam President, if
do
you
it.
would like, I can read a proposed resolution into the record.
Okay, wonderful.
So whereas the Board of Education of the Pelham Union Free School District, the board, is considering seeking voter approval to purchase a parcel of real property improved with a single-family home located at 29 Franklin Place, Pelham, New York, also known as SBL 163.68-2-17, the property, and making interior renovations for district use to the home on the property, collectively referred to hereinafter as the project. And whereas by resolution of the same date, the board determined that the project constitutes a Type 2 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the regulations of the Department of Environmental Conservation in the state of New York, promulgated under collectively SECRA, and whereas the board has reviewed the anticipated components, phases, and aspects of the project, and whereas the board has reviewed and approved the residential contract of sale between Clayton Bouchon and Heather Bouchon and the board for the property, the contract. Now therefore said proposition shall appear in the notice of annual district meeting and election to be held May 20th, 2025, and the district clerk is hereby authorized and directed to include such proposition in said notice by inserting herein thereafter substantially the following paragraphs. Resolved that as part of the annual district meeting, the qualified voters of the school district will be asked to vote on the proposition described below. Shall the following resolution be adopted? Proposition. Resolved that the Board of Education of the Pelham Union Free School District is hereby authorized to expend an amount not to exceed $1,850,000 from undesignated fund balance to purchase and renovate the residential property located at 29 Franklin Place, Pelham, New York, which is identified as SBL 163.68-2-17 on the tax map of the town of Pelham. Yes, no, and it is further resolved that voting shall be by ballot on electronic voting machines, and it is further resolved that the district clerk is hereby authorized and directed to include aforesaid proposition in a legal notice for the annual district meeting, and to publish such notice in the Journal News, official newspaper of the district, such publication to be made 4 times within the 7 weeks preceding the annual district meeting. The first publication to be at least 45 days prior to said annual district meeting, and it is further resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately.
Okay. Do we want to talk about it at all? How we determine?
Oh, yeah, I'll
Yeah.
give you my opinion. So this was originally, I think, an idea, the original concept was to bond for it, and that just gave me pause for a couple of reasons. The first is, as we discussed with other items tonight, when you think about the long-term economics of a project, if we bonded for this 1.8 million, over 30 years we would pay approximately 1.5 million in interest. So you're kind of nearly doubling the kind of lifetime cost of buying the house. So that's one point. Second point is, we have, thanks to, years of being fiscally responsible, we have, robust reserves. And the reserves have always been kind of compared, or the metaphor that's been used is it's like a bank account for things that you don't know are coming. And this strikes me as something that we didn't know was coming, and it's worth dipping into the savings account for this project. And I think we can absorb it fairly comfortably, and we're also bonding for many other things. So that's why I think we should buy it out of reserves rather than bonding for it. That's my opinion.
I agree, and I won't say any more because it's late, but I agree with everything.
I'm gonna agree with that agreement, and thank you, Will, for bringing that up, because I think it,
Yeah.
feels like a little bit of a no-brainer right now for us. So it's a great opportunity for us.
I'm comfortable with it also.
All right, thank you.
I'm supportive.
Because we're voting on
Okay,
Yeah, me
so then
too.
I guess you can call the vote.
it. Okay. I did the motion for an amended resolution, or did I not take the motion?
Yep, we took the motion, and we did get a second on the amended resolution.
So if you vote on the amended resolution and then.
Did we get a second, Valerie? No.
Second.
Did you get a second over here?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. None
Okay.
opposed.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we might as well do, I'd say 3.4 separate.
5.4?
Sorry, 5.4.
I was like, we're going back
Too
to
late.
Okay. We're moving to the SECRA for the bond now. Do I have a motion to approve SECRA negative declaration for proposed capital bond project resolution?
So moved.
Second.
We discussed this earlier. I don't know if anyone has any more comments, questions? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, the motion carries. Wow. It's like drag racing outside. Okay, do I have, can I take 5.5 and 5.6
Yeah.
as a consent agenda? Do I have a motion to take 5.5 and 5.6?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions on these? No? All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, so those carry. Do I have a motion to accept a donation?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I'll read this donation. Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Board of Education of the Pelham Union Free School District does hereby accept monies raised through fundraising efforts to support the music program at Pelham Memorial High School for the 2024-2025 school year. Such funds shall be used for their designated purpose to support trips and other program costs and shall be accounted for in the expendable trust fund. Recognizing that such fundraising efforts may occur at various times during the course of the year, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to accept future donations for such purposes through the end of the year, the end of the 2024-2025 school year. So thank you to anyone and everyone who supports the fundraising efforts for the music program at the high school. Okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Brings us to policy.
policy.
Shall I?
Yes, take us away.
Far be it from me to stop you.
Okay.
If you want to switch off or.
Okay,
take
if I,
care of
if I miss
whatever.
any critical pieces, because
Okay.
I know, yeah, I mean, Sid does a fantastic job of
Yes, you do.
preparing and leading and really asking great questions. So this is
Policy
actually,
meetings great.
yes, and
The
efficient.
whole team does.
So, yeah, this has been, I think, really 2 policy month committees worth of policies coming forward. Thank you to Valerie, too, who, God bless her,
Yes.
keeps it all straight. Suzanne, who's our attorney from Keen and Bean, who's
And
also
the
been a critical helper in the cabinet, who's
And the cabinet, yes.
really helped in doing the pre-work, so that when we come to committee, it has been able to be very efficient, and we're ready to act. So there is a whole series of first readings tonight. Really, there's no action taking on any of them, but just to kind of walk you very quickly through. We've got red line versions for you there, as well as the old. A lot of these came from the policy service audit. So they had recommended to us to do is about 29 policies I mentioned early in the year. We've been working our way through that to try to get through those by the end of this school year, and we're very much on track. So when you see a lot of edits, that's largely because the updated versions from the policy service differed greatly from what we have in front of us. Additionally, in addition to the audit, we did ask them to look at a couple based on some issues that we were handling on the campuses. So, for example, the updated prohibition on student use of substances on school premises. That was one that was updated just to make sure that we had solid policy in place that spoke to the code of conduct and expected behavior of both students and adults on school property, especially thinking about at athletic events, especially at Glover Field. A lot of times folks forget or don't know that it's school property and don't realize that smoking, vapes, alcohol, et cetera, are not permitted on school property, period. So we wanted to strengthen and update that policy in alignment with that. Moving to wellness, this was updated last year, but found some additional updates per the policy audit service. So again, what you're seeing here in red line is all those predominantly updates that were recommended by the policy service. Our wellness committee went through it again. Jim, Tracy, and Joe Toombs, our athletic director, went through it again from their lens, completed the associated assessment. That's required part of the policy to make sure that was up to date, and you know, gleaned any learnings from that and applied them towards the edits. So that's an extensive policy. A lot of work's been done there.
The wellness one, you mean?
Wellness, yep.
Yes.
Evacuation, lockdown, and emergency, I believe is one of our required updates. Val, it looks like the file format on those, on one of them might be a little wonky, but, yeah. The red line version seems to be coming up strange, but, this one, I think there were very minimal updates. I can't get the red line to open. But these were updating to, oh, there it is. No, I think there were red line updates to that based on policy service, and of course in coordination with Alteris. Those are really just updating those to current safety standards as prescribed by the State Education Department. Jim, does that capture everything there?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Sexual harassment in the workplace, another extensive policy that Suzanne has been working with the district on those updates. You see a couple of different, I think you've got edits from Erie One BOCES policy service in there, as well as edits from the attorneys in there. It's just some different colors, extensively rewritten to be in alignment with the most recent regulations. I believe they're, I don't know, Sid, I'm looking, I'm not sure where these, I don't know what's changed in when we started these versus where we landed with new administration.
I think these are still consistent with New York state law.
Yes,
and
which hasn't changed.
Right.
Yep. So maybe that's something at our next meeting we can just triple check with Suzanne. And I agree, these are definitely consistent with New York State, has not changed, and just ask her to check if there's any implications from any changes at the federal level. Incidental teaching, another policy service, very minor update, and just taking out language that was unnecessary, keeping it to the regulatory language, and we will be updating APPR. Likely in the next school year, we'll be having those conversations. And again, that comes as a whole separate plan that doesn't have to be part of policy. Leave of absences, we've got here, again, very minor updates in the first half, but as you get further into it, there are more extensive updates that really, again, relate mostly to regulatory requirements. So things like leave for breastfeeding and lactation, victims of domestic violence, military leave. There are specific regulations around these that prompted changes in policy. So we have written those to comply with those updates. Timeout and physical restraint is one that we did already do last year, but it was brought again by the policy service because there were more recent changes. For the record, we do not use timeout in our schools, but we're required to have a policy on it. Physical restraint, we have certain staff who are trained specifically in de-escalation, physical and verbal de-escalation strategies. They use them sparingly. Anyone outside of that should not be using any kind of restraint, and there is a process for reporting to the state if that does inadvertently happen. But again, we did not use timeout. So any small edits were done there were really just designed to clarify what was needed based on their recommendations.
Right.
Minimal. Student physicals. Again, this was updating a policy based on the policy service and attorney's review. Had clarifications around health examinations when they were required, and this is alignment with state regulations in large part.
And we
Clarifying.
all learned about dental health certificates.
That's right.
Yes, dental health certificates, what that they
Nobody
even
knew what
exist.
We didn't know what they were.
Yes. Yes. Yep. To which I could say my mother was a school dental hygienist
wondering if you were
way
gonna share
back. Yes. Yep, in the early days. Medication and personal care items, again, updating based on updated policies and regulations. We debated through what level of self-administration. That was one of the bigger conversations that ultimately landed back at our current practice. I'm trying to see if there's a specific spot that's, I forget exactly what the term was. Sid, you might remember before me.
The term around what?
We had the debate about self-carry, self-administration. Those are not quite the terms. But we questioned our current policy to say, is our current policy working? Is our current
See,
practice working? Do we want to
self-administration.
expand it?
Wow.
Like independent
Yeah.
students, I think, and
Yes.
that's another category.
Yes, there was an additional category, and it just seemed like one that we
Yes.
supervised, yes,
Yeah.
one that would be very challenging for us to monitor
Yeah.
and supervise, so we
Right.
thought the safest bet was not to include it. And we did verify that, yes, sunscreen has to be included in the policy. So that is a state regulation on that. Students with life-threatening health conditions, I believe that was some alignment with other policies, so that we had consistent medical policies across the board, so very minimal updates there. Child abuse and maltreatment. Again, updates of language, instead of child abuse, it's now shifted to child abuse in a domestic setting. Laying out, clarifying updated expectations related to mandated reporting. Again, most of this is embedded in regulation and statute. Non-retaliation provisions, procedures, et cetera. So much more detailed additions there, but they are all regulatorily driven. Due process complaints section, impartial hearing officers, so just again, updating, clarifying process for that. Lots of changes to that one, but lots of clarification, simplification, and updating of language. Based predominantly on the Erie 1 BOCES model. And finally, home hospital and institutional instruction. Again, complete, pretty it's a short policy, but mostly rewritten based on the Erie 1 policy. But just outlining our responsibility for provision, process for requesting home instruction and when that would apply, and then our also speaking to home hospital and institutional requirements and the record keeping that goes along with it. So I'm sorry, there's a very fast skim. I know the board has read all of these, so
Yes.
I don't want to dwell on it. But certainly if you have any questions you'd like the committee to explore before our next meeting, let us know.
I do actually, on one of the
Okay.
one of the wellness things. Who do I go to for
Sure.
that?
Tracy's the lead on the committee. Sid and I could take that feedback back to the
Sid, I'll
committee.
talk to you on the way out.
I'm on the wellness committee, you can ask me.
On the way out as well.
Okay.
I'm on the policy committee.
All right, and so, yeah, we'll do that, and then we can talk about whatever potential adjustments for next time. So with that, I will turn it back to you and recommend consent agendas.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Champ, for taking us through those. Do I have a motion to take 7.1 to 8.1 as a consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Those carry.
And then, Dr. Champ, just back on the policies, I think
Sure.
we'll have these for a second reading at the next meeting, and then I think we had some from
Coming
a
from-
prior
Yes,
meeting
coming
that
for
can
first
also go
reading.
for a second
Yes.
reading. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, Sid is just
Good.
pointing out his stellar numbers
Yeah,
as
he's
policy
got it going.
chair.
I just want to get them across the finish line.
I should have brought the actual, well, when we approve them, we'll keep the numbers, the tally going.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Schedule D.
Any,
Did we
I
do
know I
Schedule
did,
D?
I went through to 8.1.
Oh, okay,
So we,
thank you.
yeah, we did the Schedule D.
Yep.
Any new business? I'm staring everyone down. Wait, there could be. Anyone have any? No. Okay. The public is not here, no communications. I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Good job.
Outstanding. Well done, folks. I know it was a long,
Wanna do
tough
my,
night, but
my
really
wellness, all right?
important, good
Yeah.
stuff.
I
Oh, I have to sign
think
stuff.
we're